Пошли. Все вместе. Какие ваши доказательства?
They want you to comply.
Cancel culture is about canceling.
Кокаином.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
This is systematic bullying that's happening.
Woke moralists. Up yours.
And they believe that they can then
Woke
shut us
moralists.
up.
F around and find out.
Up yours. Woke moralists.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
Up yours.
We'll see who cancels who.
Hey, everybody.
How's it going, everyone?
Rebecca's going to join late, just so you all know. She will be here.
Yeah, she'll be
You
here
jumped
shortly.
in just before I could be like, well, we got some news.
Another
I wanted to get that quickly before people thought someone else dropped off again.
Yeah. Exactly. Hope you all enjoyed the new intro. As you can see,
I was going to say, amazing work, Mike. That was really good.
I like that I'm Nathan Drake. That was very nice.
Yeah, that was the only deepfake of you that
Wait,
didn't
there
look
was a
potato quality.
There was a new intro? I wasn't watching because I was like, I've seen this before.
Well, shame on you.
Yeah, you are Scarface.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
There were
Say
some
hello to my
additions
little
near.
friend.
Yeah, there were some additions near the end to fill the time in our missing individual.
Yeah.
But
I had a hard
it's all good.
time with everyone except for Matt and Rebecca. The deepfakes look so bad for all of us. The one that looked great, ironically, for Lance was the one of him as Dixie D'Amelio, I think that's her name, doing like some sort of a TikTok trend with Bryce Hall.
I didn't
So I'm
know
like,
what
you know
that
what?
was.
That's
Yeah, no, that was-
wholesome. Not really Mafia themed, but you know what? Let's fucking roll with it. I'm sure Lance will love
Hell
it.
yeah. Oh, hell yeah. I'm all about it.
Yes. It was very sad. I was telling everyone in DM for the viewers, as I was editing out Olay and doing the Stalin meme to her, it was very sad. You know, you doing the Stalin meme is funny, but not when you're doing it to a friend, right? So yeah.
Right.
I agree.
Speaking
Happy
of
birthday
Ole, though,
to Olaymi, by the way.
people should go. It's her birthday today.
Yes.
People should wish her happy
That's right.
birthday.
Yes. Shower her with love and appreciation.
And subs.
And subs. Absolutely. Go subscribe to Illuminati. Yeah, and we do have a guest coming up, Dan from the internet. I believe
That's
he'll
right.
be here soon. So yeah.
I just saw this in the super chat. Since it's relevant, I might as well share this here. Dynamic editor says the new thumbnail makes it look like social distancing is now banned in the leftist mafia. That's right. We were all very nice and cuddled up in that image.
Well, you know, it's difficult
It's
because I had to
pre-COVID.
chop off half of Lance's body, so that means I have to move myself over, and then also move David over because David has only about like a fourth of his body. So you know, trying to squish everyone together until we get new artwork, which we will at some point we'll get new artwork. But you know, just making do for now. I don't know. I really like doing shit like that, like editing things together, photoshopping, just fun projects. So
I'm impressed
like
by
how
your
you put the
skills.
books
I
here.
couldn't do that cleanly.
if you look closely, it's pretty flawed. Like I'm sure people who are more savvy than me will notice. But yeah, you know, I enjoy it for some reason.
I really
Like
like
I
the
said,
whoopsie,
if you
how
ever
you
wanna
put that
do,
into the theme music. That's really good.
Yeah,
Whoopsie.
thank you.
I said
Yeah.
last week, if you ever
Whoopsie.
want to just donate your editing time to to me, feel free.
Hey, give me creative freedom, and I will make you a bunch of shit. A logo, an intro.
Ooh, wow.
I'm down. I like doing stuff like that. I don't know why.
Mike's gonna take footage of me and cut it into things I'm not actually saying. Like Well, welcome to the Right Wing Show, Doomed. We love white supremacy. It's
already clipped.
Yeah, that's gonna be clipped immediately.
Well, that's why I said it in the most robotic way possible. So even if it is clipped, clearly there is some sort of context and joke going on.
Context doesn't matter anymore.
Very smart, Pinder. So I've got to get everyone's opinion on this. What do you all think of the new Twitter rebrand, X? Apparently it was banned in Indonesia because of their porn laws. That shit is so fucking hilarious.
It's great. I love it. It's wonderful. Elon Musk is so great.
It's brilliant.
Doing great.
He's smart.
He's a good guy.
Yeah. I saw somebody's. They had a bunch of tabs open. I think I saw this on Reddit. I can't credit the person who did this, but it's like, hey, all of these are porn sites except for one of them, and it was Twitter, because there was like X Hamster, X Videos, X Tube. So it's like it feels very porny, and I don't think that Elon Musk realized that, or maybe he did and just didn't care. Either way,
he's just a moron. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's so like. I do think that the rebrand is like the least of Twitter's problems. Like, there's a lot worse issues, but it doesn't help. It's pretty damn stupid, and it's just completely pointless. And like, it sounds like there's potentially could be lawsuits on the horizon because he doesn't really own. Like, doesn't Microsoft own X? I don't know. There's a whole backstory.
Yeah.
This whole thing that I don't really care enough to really read about it, but apparently
both Microsoft and Facebook have better claim to X as a copyright in the digital sphere because of Mixer for Microsoft, and I can't remember the reason for Facebook, but it's one of those situations where, like, I don't know if you saw this. Apparently he lost anywhere between like $4 to like $15 or $20 billion in just name recognition by throwing away Twitter tweets. Like, you don't think about it when you see those symbols. Like, the home symbol was like a little like birdhouse, and the quill on the like people would kill for that kind of brand recognition, and he just torched it all.
But did you see his response to that? It was hilarious. He says, actually, X will be the most profitable brand in the world. I'm paraphrasing, but his last part of that was "make my words." So like, he actually he got a typo. Instead of saying "mark my words," he said "make my words." And like, it wouldn't be funny in any other circumstance, but because Elon Musk did it while he was trying to be arrogant, it just makes it so much more amusing to me. Like, what a clown! What a fucking clown! But yeah, I also saw that he's going to take away the light mode. So it's dark mode for everyone, which is very fucked up because for me, like, I have astigmatism, and the white text on the black background is more difficult for me to read because, like, kind of makes it shiny. So yeah, that's fun. So another reason to not use Twitter. It's part of the reason why I don't really like using Threads as much, because I want the white background. I like light mode. So whatever. It's just like little things here and there adding to it to make it shittier.
I also like, I'm one of the few, you and I, most people like dark mode, and I get mercilessly, there we go, mercilessly mocked for not using dark mode. But I mean, I don't like how it looks with dark mode. It's something about it bothers my eyes, actually.
Yeah,
I prefer,
same.
See, I prefer dark mode because if it's like, usually if I'm looking, at night or something, it doesn't like shock my eyes to see a bunch of like a bright white screen. So I tend to keep it dark just to, for those moments.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's just one of those different strokes for different folks scenarios. So why take away the option? It's just he wants to make it shittier for whatever reason. Like, I genuinely don't know if he's trying to destroy Twitter. I know he's stupid. I'm not trying to say that he is not stupid, because absolutely that's true. But like, is he trying to destroy Twitter as well? Because he's made dumb decisions, but does he want to make it worse? I don't know.
I think
apparently
this allows him. This allows him to, if Twitter, or I should say, probably when Twitter like just collapses, he can say, "Oh, X was a mistake, or I made mistakes with X," or whatever. Like he there's a way where he can not take claim to saying that he destroyed Twitter. He could just pass it off as like, "Oh, it was the X project." No, you killed Twitter. you paid for this thing for billions and billions of dollars and sunk it into the ground. But he can just call it X now, and it was never Twitter.
No, I don't think that. I don't think that's it. I think because he values the X brand more than he values Twitter. This is his baby. X is his dream. He's been
trying to do it since the
20
PayPal
plus
days.
years in the making. Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
I mean, he
and they
literally
shut him
went
down
back
for good reason.
He literally went back to PayPal back in 2017 and asked if he could get the domain back and purchased it back from them, because that was the name of his company when it combined with PayPal back in the day during like the .com bubble. And he tried to get PayPal when he was CEO. He tried to get PayPal to change its name to X. And Peter Thiel and the rest of the board was like, "What the fuck's this guy doing?" And they booted him from the. Because by this time, eBay sellers were already saying like, "Oh, let me PayPal you," and like that's like once your brand name becomes like a dictionary word, and people use it in everyday language in like global like lexicon, it's like you've hit the highest level of like
brand recognition.
Brand recognition, right? So you don't get rid of that, just like Twitter with tweets. People,
no one would ever do that.
Right. So the fact that like he's willing to get rid of all that for X clearly shows that X is his baby.
Did you see that he wants it to become like half of all global commerce? That's like his long-term vision. And like at this point, I don't know anyone who would trust him with like a credit card, let alone their banking info and like sign up. But like this whole thing is a nightmare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would not listen. I would not trust that company with my private information, my banking information, hands down. You want to say you stay on the platform, you do this to that on the platform, fine. But I would not trust my money deposited with that company. I mean, first of all, we've already seen how much they value privacy over there, being that Elon Musk literally leaked internal private emails from the company, and not just like emails of the employees, which to me is suspect to begin with and not good, but also on the other end of those emails are people who were interacting with Twitter employees who are not employed by the company. So he also leaked their private communications too. And then on top of that, just yesterday, a major right-wing influencer on Twiter, like Dom Lucre or something like that, he goes by.
There's content warning for this story.
Warning.
Trigger warning.
Child
Content warning.
Sexual abuse material. Excuse me, now I'm choking. Just when I gave the warning.
It's a good time to bring we can bring our guest in now as you're choking. So here.
All right.
Dan is here.
Hey, Dan, good to see you.
Dan. I was trying to find a time to bring him in. There we go.
Thank you for choking, Matt.
Hey, Dan, yeah. Oh my God, I don't know what happened.
It's just like basketball. The choke is the opportunity to get right in there. So.
There you go.
Yeah. So I already gave the warning. So let's go. Let's get into this. Have you heard about this, Dan? This Dom Lucre character?
I haven't actually. I was listening before I came on, so I know you're roughly talking about Elon Musk, XXX, et cetera. Things. You gave a trigger warning. So go ahead. Yeah, but I'm not sure who is the rather French name you just said. So clue me in.
Well, really quick, let's let Dan tell everyone who he is and where he's from really quick for those who don't know.
Oh, you're so kind, Mike. Thank you. Huge. I haven't been on a stream, honestly, with Lance, but definitely not with Mike or you, David. So, hi, good to meet you. Hi, everyone.
Yeah, great to meet you.
I'm Dan from the internet. I've been, what would I call myself other than Dan from the internet? I've been just like an online guy. No, I guess my biggest
online guy. I like that. I'm an online
it's a good title.
I do truly relate to Bender in the sense that like my claim to fame is sort of like behind the scenes / slightly on camera on another show, and I sort of branched out. So like I used to be behind the scenes / slightly on camera for the Young Turks. when Hassan was making breakdown videos, those had a writer. That was me co-writing them with him. When John started the Damage Report with John Iderola, he started that with Brett Ehrlich, another wonderful producer there, and myself. So I was there for that. When Jimmy Dore did a show on the Young Turks, I was the producer for that.
We have you to blame for that? I didn't know about this. Off the show. Off the show. Bye. Kicking you out.
No. Yeah, that was one of my... I didn't do that by choice. Let's just say that. But no. After leaving QIT in 2020, I left just before the South Carolina primary and just before COVID-19. I've kind of just been doing my own things, kind of on the business side, also some stuff on streaming. For folks who are fans of a leftist panel show on Thursdays, I also do Power Report Live that oftentimes runs during the exact same time as this does, but goes a little bit later. So, no hate. I love it.
Editor here. Get him.
No. Y'all are leading in for the prime time. No, I'm just kidding. I have nothing but love for everyone. And for folks who want to check that out, I'm at twitch.tv/DanFromTheWeb or youtube.com/DanFromTheInternet. But
hell yeah.
No, I've been trying to. Lance and I have been talking for DMing back and forth for a while now. Fan of each other's work. I'm glad we're finally able to be on a stream together. And yeah, I genuinely love for the name of the game, for the name of what folks are doing on the left to grow audiences, grow channels, spread the message. I greatly appreciate what y'all are doing here. So thanks for having me on. And sorry to derail.
It's great to have you.
I always get called a narcissist when I'm on stream, which is hilarious because we all are. But
well, you're in good company because each episode we spend at least 20 minutes congratulating ourselves for the amazing work that we do and awesome videos. So you are in perfect company, my friend.
It's the opposite of a struggle section. This is why we're making it fun again. But I'm sorry to cut you off, Matt. Please continue.
Oh no problem at all.
Yes, because of child abuse, Matt.
Yes,
can't wait to hear about this.
I mean, I'm not going to get into explicit detail, obviously, but it's certainly something to be aware of. So there's this right-wing influencer named Dom Lucre, and he constantly posts. He's like a QAnon adjacent right-winger, constantly posting conspiracy theories on the platform. Every other tweet
cabinets, queer people are groomers style stuff.
Oh, he's responsible for that. Okay.
He's also one of these black Twitter people, which I see in a whole different lens, but we can get into that later.
Right. And so, he apparently a couple days ago, well, not apparently, because I've since confirmed exactly what he posted. A couple days ago, he went on one of his, long stories to try to, because he's not actually posting any revealing information. He makes conspiratorial remarks about various politicians he doesn't like, and then sometimes he'll put in stories about people who've been arrested for having this child sexual abuse material, or arrested for other sort of things like that. And he posted a still image from a video depicting the sexual abuse of an 18-month-old girl. And this video is from a very well-known case of an Australian guy who was living in the Philippines and was basically producing this sort of horrific pedophilia content for people on the dark web who would pay him thousands of dollars. The material in this video specifically is apparently so horrific that the Philippines wanted to bring back the death penalty in their country specifically for this guy. He's now spending something like 120 some odd years behind bars. So this guy decided to post a still image of this from this video. He did blur out certain parts with a big white box, censor it. But he also made sure to add a watermark of his Twitter handle on the photo. So everyone knew it was his content.
Oh, disgusting. Imagine
you know,
branding something like that, thinking like this is going to be good to like, you know, promote the fucking Instagram or whatever. Like that's so twisted.
Right. You know, this. I'm not going to get into any more information about this content. You got you get the gist.
Matt, what was the context of him posting that? Was it like, hey, look at this disgusting exploitation, or was he condemning it? Like what?
It was a whole story. This guy's constantly posting stuff saying he's like outing and exposing people.
I
But
see.
in this specific case, though, the guy is already behind bars. His accomplices, he had two grown women who were helping him create this stuff. You know, when he was, I think this was like in 2012 when this was going on. They're also behind bars. Like this is not this case is done. Like, there's no reason to post this content. These videos are highly sought after in those gross networks. In fact, this video was found on Josh Duggar's computer when he was arrested for. Yeah. So yes. So there was no need to go into this, but he posted the whole story of this guy and posted the still image. Days later, he was suspended. This was on. What's today? Thursday. So on Wednesday morning, he was suspended. No one knew why he was suspended. All of these big right-wing influencers, from Cat Turd to Carrie Lake to the Hodge twins, all of these folks were rallying for him to get unsuspended. And then out of the blue, one of the Krasensteins post how you know, he doesn't know why Dom Lucre was suspended, but he went on this rant about how we should get more transparency as to why people are suspended. And I agree with that, but, you know, Musk then went into the Krasenstein brothers' mentions and decided to share exactly why Dom Lucre was suspended. I mean, this was odd to me because this is one of Musk's guys. You know, to him to openly talk about this and then add this extra thing at the end, which I'll get to, which is obviously the most horrific part of this. But this is one of the guys who were in like the chosen few who got paid already by the Twitter creator program, this guy who was suspended. And so Musk goes and says the reason for suspension should be shown, along with the ability to appeal quickly and easily. And then he gets into why Twitter's code is so hard, terrible, and all that, blah, blah, blah. But then he says, I'm told that this account was suspended for posting child exploitation pictures associated with the criminal conviction of an Australian man in the Philippines. And then he posted a CNN link to, you know, the case, which is fine to give it context. But then he follows it up with another tweet. Only people on our CSE, which is child, I'm guessing sexual exploitation team, has seen those pictures, which I'll get to in a second because that's not true. For now, we will delete those posts and reinstate the account. So after saying this guy posted child exploitation pictures, he also said, we're going to bring him back. And so the guy was back on Twitter, or X as it's now called. He's trying to really change the narrative of what happened, even though Musk's replies are all there for the public to see. And this guy's followers are really buying into it. He's claiming that this was just an excuse, and the real reason he was suspended was because he got like too close to the truth in his tweets about President Barack Obama. Yeah. I mean, the original tweet that since was deleted by Twitter. It was not barely seen by anybody and only seen by the Twitter team that takes care of this. It had, before it was deleted, it had 3.1 million views. It had thousands of bookmarks, meaning some sickos
Jesus
out there were
Christ.
bookmarking these images. Wow. I mean, it's bad stuff. And I mean, listen, this material exists on the internet. And on platforms as big as Twitter, X, whatever, obviously some of this stuff gets lost in all the noise. Twitter did actually have a team that found it on their own, or it was reported to them. And, you know, it took a little too long, if you ask me, the amount of days. I think it was like 4 days. But they still took it down. Obviously, that should get better. They should not be happy about how long it took. But, you know, that's you know, they must basically fired the whole team that dealt with this stuff. But the real problem here is that Musk was so quickly to intervene and bring him back. Like those other, like the other issues other platforms deal with. You'll see all the other platforms have content like this that needs to be taken off immediately, and they screw up, and it's up there for too long, and it gets taken down eventually. They all need to work on that. That's not unique to Twitter. But Musk personally intervening to bring him back was very bizarre. I mean, I don't know what to say about that. Just very bizarre.
After posting child porn.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, immediately too. Like, let's take the context for a second. That this guy really didn't see anything wrong with posting he went out of his way to edit it, which first of all means he didn't have the edited version. He literally has the original copy of this material. I don't know if he got the edited version or a copy of the material based on his tweet, because he had a follow-up tweet explaining what was in the picture when it was still up. It sounded like he personally edited it, but I don't know. Let's just say, give this guy the benefit of the doubt, which, knowing his history, I don't know if we should give him that, but let's, for the sake of argument, give him that benefit of the doubt, that he thought he was doing well. This, exposing this stuff, letting people know it exists. I mean, posting, owning, viewing this content, regardless of it being edited or your context for it, is actually illegal according to federal law, at least in the United States of America.
Yeah, there is no context for it. Like, I saw the responses from people saying that, like, well, what's the context? What happened here? It's like, what fucking context do you need?
Right.
It's already been identified. Like, Jesus.
But second of all, this should tell you exactly why this whole idea behind citizen journalists are going to, because this guy thinks he's doing an act of citizen journalism without knowing how to actually protect the people he's supposedly talking about. You don't post the child sex abuse material to save the children or to put a message out there to spread the word, because you are literally re-exploiting them by sharing that imagery again. And I'm giving him a real benefit of the doubt here, but I want to cover all bases and why this is ridiculous on every single level. No journalist who takes care to cover the story would have ever would have posted those images, period.
I think most normal people wouldn't have posted it, but I have to assume that he knew what he was doing. I mean, how could you not? He put his whole, watermark in the corner. And this whole, the reason why I was curious about why what the context was, because if he were to be like, hey, look at this is bad. I'm sorry, but that's a really thin justification for you posting it when you just wanted to post it. It's genuinely sickening. And I'm not going to make any allegations, but I'm suspicious of this person.
I could see that argument for a range of different topics, no matter how horrible, something someone says or something like that. This is the topic where that is quite obviously not where that's applicable. I mean, it's quite clear. And I don't think it needs to be explained, honestly.
Yeah.
Did you see that he replied to you, Matt? He's like, damn, sounds like you look like a caveman or something.
Yeah,
that was his reply to your viral tweet.
That's how you know. You got a good argument when you're just going to do that. I mean, I don't even care. I'm not going to even. I've gone out. I have a new rule where I don't reply to anyone with a blue check on there because I don't want to give them a penny. Because that's what you're doing, by the way. If you view any blue check.
Yeah, he's one of the people who said that he actually got a payment. So I mean, how much of that money is coming from spreading conspiracy theories, QAnon conspiracies, or potentially child abuse photos? Is money being made from that? Are they profiting from this?
Right. When does Rebecca come on? Because I have a very wild take that I need to be checked on by another black person. So that being said, I am willing to spit it to y'all. It's just that I don't know what the reaction's gonna be.
She should be here relatively soon.
Late.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what time though. You could just share it. We'll, you know.
Give your opinion. This is me being a producer again. Like, David, give your opinion. Maybe we'll see if that stalls. But like, yeah.
Oh, I don't have an opinion. I'm just sick. I'm sickened by all of what's happening in terms of this idea of who the groomers are, and like again and again and again, these people expose themselves. Like it's just it's so very clear. And this whole story, I wasn't even aware. Like Twitter, I'm barely on now. Like I'll tweet out my video links and I'll post about video games, and that's about it. Like there's very little I'm engaging with. So I'm just finding all of this stuff to be just hard to engage in any of these conversations, because it's again and again, I'm just disgusted at what's going on.
Yeah, I also really want to plug Some More News video. They did I think it was like a 50 to hour minute long video about groomers and how, LGBTQ plus people are being labeled as groomers by the right, but they go into great detail to basically expose how the right, they are literally complicit in the grooming of children. When you look at the way that they cover up certain stories, they refuse to go after the Catholic Church, refuse to investigate people within their own. Just watch the video because it's very good. Like we've heard before, every accusation is a confession. That absolutely holds true.
Right. I mean, I had people, because I had I saw Elon Musk's reply explaining why this guy was reinstated, unsuspended. And I needed to share this because people weren't seeing it. People don't see replies as much as they do public, non-replied tweets. And my explaining what just occurred and went down got a lot of views, and a lot of this guy's followers were defending him in my mentions. And a lot of their excuse was either A, it was him exposing it, which again we've already discussed that, but then B, this was really bizarre, and a bunch of people were explaining this. It wasn't his stuff. He was just reposting other people's. These are the people who apparently are obsessed with stopping child trafficking and calling, like we said, calling other people pedophiles and saving the children and calling other people groomers. They are, whether they are genuine in those feelings or not, they are actively harming exactly what they claim to be trying to do in how they go about it. And it's been said time and time again by various anti-trafficking organizations that have been doing the work for a very long time and aren't part of just doing it so you get a political hit job out of it like these guys are obsessed with. And I should say that when this Dom guy is posting this stuff, 90% of the content he does is trying to subtly accuse a politician he doesn't like of being a pedophile or something. Like, he's not actually exposing anybody.
Right. Like, I gotta. That's where I want to kind of jump in as a first point, but a preliminary is the word I was looking for. I knew it began with a P. Because at like top level, we're in a really interesting time with journalism more broadly, right? Like, it's pretty clear, like on the left or on the right, like, for the average, and you have to be very careful when you're talking about these things, because you can say Democrats and you can mean elected people, or you could mean, everyday voters who like slot D every time because that's how they vote, right? But like, what I mean is by like regular everyday folks, either folks that we're on the internet with, that we interact with all the time, who are like a special community. Let's say, like, if you're on the internet all the time and you know who Dom Lecrae is, like, I love you, but we're a special group, all right? But versus like, the broader public. So lately I've tried to make sure that my politics and the way I speak about politics is oriented towards that broader public, and that knowledge that I have. Look, I'm not gonna lie to you and say like I'm from the streets, but like I grew up in a urban area. I still go in this area, unlike a lot of more prominent leftists that I happen to know. Be that as it may, right? But like, Dom Lecrae reminds me of the guy at either the liquor store, at the barbershop, who's like always trying to spit at you some like, some conspiracy theory about like, hey, yo, guess what I read about the government? Like, hey, yo, you're not going to believe this. And you can't argue with him because he's just like not the kind of person who will like listen to logic. But, you listen to him spit or whatever while you're getting your like grandma's cookies or your alcohol or you're getting your hair cut or whatever, because that's just the banter. Like that's just going on, all right? But like Dom Lecrae is not a serious person. If I had a conversation with Dom Lecrae, I would not be surprised, because I've had conversations with people like this, that he is not one of those black people who just gets a thrill off of like swindling white people on the internet. Like, you don't understand how many folks there are in the black community who will, in real life or regular life, be all like, oh, F this politics, I don't really care. But you know, online, they perform like the NPC TikTokers. They perform knowing that by being the black face on white supremacy, or like, you know, being the black face on whatever is the Republican like flavor of the month or flavor of the day. Right now, they have this like fake groomer scare, this groomer panic, because when you get outside the world of politics, everyone's like, oh yeah, I care about children. I want to make sure children are not being exploited and not being safe. And so he'll, to bring it back to Dom Lecrae, he'll do these posts, and it's kind of why I saw him, I scanned him like a couple months ago, and I was like, F this guy. Like, I know exactly the kind of black game he's playing, is because like he's, and it's not like,
you're saying like he's not a true believer.
Absolutely not. Like, again, legalish. Like, I don't know this for a fact, but like, I just know this type of scammer within my community. And it's just like, oh, I'm going to start the week off by saying, hey, watch out. I'm going to throw out a name randomly, a Jake Tapper, or like, watch out Elizabeth Warren or whatever. You're on pedophile watch now. You're the next person who's going to be exposed. And these are just like, especially in like the content creation game, these are just words, right? Like we could title a video that's like, you know, Chevron is found to do offshore drilling they're not supposed to do, and it gets like -5 views. We do Chevron exposed for climate change or something like that. Just putting exposed there will get you a little bit off the top, right? So he knows the games, he knows the tricks that are required to get you attention and get more views. But because of the fact that we are in this space in media where there are no gatekeepers, people don't really have any sort of like, okay, why should I trust Fox News or why should I trust MSNBC, or why should I trust the New York Times any more than Dom Lecrae? Folks like that can jump in and give people the, okay, hey, trust me because I'm not, you know, mainstream media. I'm exposing who the pedophiles are or whatever. And I can make this sort of like media environment for myself so much that one of the richest, most respected, even though for complete bullshit reasons, one of the richest and most respected CEOs in the world is an Elon Musk, will now cater to my beck and call because I'm on this agenda that happens to be aligned with the same agenda that Elon Musk is trying to align to. Because getting back to that earlier conversation, sorry, I know I'm all over the place, like getting back to that earlier conversation of like, did Elon Musk mean to destroy Twitter purposely or not? No, Elon Musk did the same thing that Mark Zuckerberg did, which is fall for the head fake that Republicans were giving over the entire social media age, but especially since 2015, 2016, that social media, by definition, because their headquarters are in California and their executives and senior project managers are all liberal, has some inherent liberal bias. Never mind what the people consume on that site. Never mind what constantly goes viral as opposed to what gets suppressed. All of these rich people believe in this, you know, narrative that big tech equals woke, big tech equals liberal. And so seeing someone go against the grain of that, it's the exact same reason why like Candace Owens is popular, because yeah, she's going against the grain, but she looks like someone, I'm talking about black skin, that looks like they're not supposed to go against the grain. So for some reason you think you should trust them more because they're riding on that, oh, I can't be told by anyone, I can't be bossed by anyone. Meanwhile, this is just kayfabe. It's just lies. It's just spin. And so I've never been able to take Dom Lecrae seriously just based off of that gut check that I'm trying to like kind of describe, that I think I can just see someone, especially when they're another black person, and go, oh, you hustling. I respect the game, but like, you're also a piece of shit. And that's the exact face I got from Dom Lecrae like on day one. And so yeah, I hadn't thought of him that much until now, because his bit is, oh, I'm gonna expose a pedophile. I'm gonna expose a pedophile. I don't have any information. I'm pretending to be a journalist, but I'm gonna expose a pedophile. It's a really sad game and a reflection of where we are at right now in media that thankfully we're fighting against.
I was gonna say though, I think that regardless if he is serious or the whole thing is just a grift to make money, one of the really scary precedents that this whole like scenario has started is that the actual owner of the website has made an exception to personally intervene and then reinstate an account after someone has directly broken the rules of posting child porn, and then admitting to the fact that that actually happened, then being like, okay, well now the child porn has been deleted, but the account is back. That's pretty massive when you think like, this is supposed to be what the world's second richest human, titan of industry, all that kind of stuff. Like, this is still a pretty horrifying event.
And he supposedly bought the platform off of, again, buying into this false narrative from the right wing that Twitter is an inherently leftist, tilting their finger on the scales towards leftist discourse and conversation and promoting those ideas, when the so-called Twitter files that were exposed show that there was, as like Matt Bender brilliantly reported on as well, and a number of others did, there was a lot of internal strife within Twitter about how to handle situations that turn into these like right-wing like buzz points, like the Hunter Biden stuff, right? But it's because Elon Musk has accepted this right-wing framing of, oh, everything, even the stuff you hate, even the stuff you find morally despicable, even though we have proof that the proliferation of these things online without any sort of context or, like flag, community notes be damned. But knowing that the proliferation of the stuff online leads people to just believe these things, even though those of us with a little bit of education know they're wrong, Elon Musk goes, oh no, we have to let that go through, because what if the Nazis have a point? Like, what if the people who are slandering folks about pedophilia, what if they have a point one day? What if a broken clock is right twice a day? Like, that's his application towards free speech, which is fine in like some context, but when you're trying to run a platform based off of advertiser revenue and subscriber growth, people have to inherently like being on that website. And if they have to worry about Lance of the Serfs is about to be exposed by Tom LeCrae, then like no one's gonna go on that site.
I also just hate being on Twitter in general now. It's just like Hitler's bunker. It's everything you post, there's gonna be like 10 verified Nazis popping in your replies all the time.
It's depressing. Yeah, this whole really environment that we're in currently, I mean, there's legitimate reasons to not trust the media or to be skeptical of the media. I mean, these are by and large businesses, right? Their goal is not to disseminate news first and foremost, it's to make a profit. But then people take that lack of trust in media, and then rather than trying to become more literate with the way that they engage with media, they just do the opposite and they go full contrarian. They start trusting these charlatans who are completely idiotic. Nobody in this country knows how to actually digest the information that they're taking. So it just comes down to, oh, well, this person said it, so I trust them inherently. This person said it, so I don't trust them. Or this is what most people are saying in mainstream media, so the opposite by default must be true. And that can lead us to some really strange places, right? It can lead us to, thinking the election was stolen, or thinking that like the fucking government is storing alien bodies in some bunker somewhere, as we saw yesterday, which was insane. So it's frustrating because there's this like anti-intellectualism, and there's just this penchant for conspiracy theories that is not healthy. And I don't know what to do about it, because you would think that the media should serve its role, but if the trust is gone, how do you restore that? It's just it's a very strange moment that we're existing in, and I hope that we collectively snap out of it, but I don't think that's going to be the case, unfortunately.
Did you see that Elon Musk was like promoting some aspect of how myocarditis, like a conspiracy theory about myocarditis and like the rates at which people receive them, and then he got a community note like check, and then he made that community note disappear?
Oh, like, right.
Fully, yeah.
I will say that community notes could be removed by the community. Okay. I'd be careful with that. I don't know if he personally, in fact, for that one, I don't think so, because I don't think he cares enough. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it's certainly possible, but
he's had them before, I think, hasn't he? And
yeah.
Oh yeah,
he's disappeared.
Just like you can vote for.
Haven't we all?
Right. Just like you can vote for a community note. Just like you can vote for one to be added to a tweet, you could also get enough people to, remove one too in their vote for it, against it, I should say.
And like, to your point, like earlier, I think it was Mike who was saying this. Like, I come of the era of like I guess our generation, where we looked a lot towards the early blogosphere of the 2000s and sort of how you think of folks like Sam Cedar, folks like, Cenk Uygur on his better days, right? Folks like Ezra Klein and even Matt Iglesias back when they were less annoying. Like they came up at a time when everyone in mainstream media was like pro Iraq war, pro Bush, legitimacy, right? And the internet was a lot less fragmented. I mean, arguably more fragmented, arguably less fragmented. I mean, everyone was on like forums and different blogs and websites. There was less of a social media, and we might be going towards that right now. But point is, there are folks in 2000, and to be like, let's shout out Tom Hartman, let's shout out a number of other folks who've been holding it down since then, right? Like they pushed through the Iraq war is a good idea narrative, the weapons of mass destruction narrative. Hell, I cringe as fuck, but even Keith Olbermann, right? Like they were able to like have an audience and a message to be able to genuinely make the audience feel like when they were hearing these right-wing talking points, they had like Rachel Maddow. This is where she got her like big gig on Air America and then on MSNBC. She would have these 20-minute long monologues, completely unheard of in cable TV, but it would empower the audiences watching them. Again, I'm talking about the early 2000s. We know what's happened in the early later 2010s. Like, bite me. I'm trying to make a point here. But we saw what happened when you were able to ignite an audience with like that much information, that much perspective, to be able to go out into the real world and interact with other people who had fallen for this sort of brainwashing, and to be able to disarm that and just go, not only am I going to like fight you on your level if I can, but I think what we find, I'm not the biggest like debate lord ever, but I think what we find in the most effective online debates is when someone's not only able to debate them, but literally not play their game. Like, no, I refuse to play this dumb little like exercise that you do with all of your guests where you're going to do like this, that, or the other thing. Like, it's like, no, I'm going to rearrange the furniture a little bit. I'm going to explain this game on my terms. And by the way, these are the terms that are more based in reality and people are going to like. So I think there is a way to, not break out of this, because Fox News didn't die because Keith Olbermann gave like some special comment one Thursday or Friday, right? Like this will still exist. There'll always be a market for these types of grifters, as there are grifters on like the post left, let's say, right? But if you get the audience, and that's why I'm so passionate about different leftist shows having their audiences and having their perspectives, but also having a cohesive message that you're using with that attention, then you can go out into the world and people are just better able to do these things. Like, hey, like I have my close working together relationship with Hassan in the past. I know some people have like different opinions of big streamers, like be that as it may. I'm happy that someone like Hassan Piker exists to debate someone like Andrew Tate, because it's like, you're going to have a lot of like young Andrew Tate heads, but you're going to also have a bunch of young Hasanabi heads who are going to be debating that. And so there is absolutely a way out of this cycle. It just involves, I think, not to put any blame on anyone, but like it's incumbent on those of us with platforms and those of us who are building platforms to be really, check in with ourselves and make sure that we're giving our audience not just entertainment, but also a message that they could use to fight this off in their heads, and then maybe even fight this off in their real life when they're interacting with people. Because my last point is that we, like us on camera, are not really good at changing people. And we can change people's opinions over time, but what's really good at changing people's opinions is the people watching this show talking to people in their real lives.
Yeah,
you watching this show have so much power to change the perspectives and the opinions, or even just nudge it here or there, than just saying, hey, go watch Leftist Mafia. I mean, tell them to watch Leftist Mafia, tell them to watch Power Report, God bless. But if we're doing a good job, try to have these conversations in real life with people, and you'll start to realize that your like real life relationship with them and you being reasonable and fighting off their points is gonna start to get to them at a certain point, and they may, depending on how stubborn they are, one day they will admit it to you, and you can be smug as like hell after that. But I mean, like, that's what the fight's all about.
Yeah, I'm glad that you said that, because I do feel like we have a responsibility. And like collectively, we all kind of have different roles. Like for me, since 2021, I've kind of been like on a mission to give people talking points to use against their QAnon family member or anti-vax family member. and like trying to get people to engage in a responsible way. Like that's planting the seed. Like I did a video yesterday on the UFO things, and I tried to be, you know, level-headed with the UFO people. I should have been much more mean to you fuckers, but I tried to be level-headed, right? And it's like, hey, this isn't necessarily a harmful conspiracy theory when you compare it to anti-vax, because this isn't going to kill anyone. But the problem, if you accept a lower standard of evidence for this conspiracy theory, is you might do the same for a different one, and you could get roped in. Like, this is the way that it works, right? So it's not just about this conspiracy theory, it's about the way that we engage with content and our standard of evidence. So like I think that trying to give them the skills is really an important function of like what we do. The difficult part is trying to do it in an entertaining way, because as you said, Dan, like if you do a video about climate change and how to talk to people, nobody wants to watch it. But if you can rope in somehow that like, oh, Marjorie Greene said something stupid about climate change and she also shit her pants, that's gonna do it. So trying to find ways to like empower the people who we watch, that's been my goal. But it's so hard because like we're all just like, there's no book to go to you know how to address certain things. We're trying to learn as we go along.
I think Marjorie Taylor Greene shitting her pants would be the ultimate content. I don't think you need to add anything.
Well, to add some you got to add some value there, though. Like, it's not just her shitting her pants. Yeah. Also, her shit helps to cause climate change. So let's talk about the cows.
Listen, last week I posted a video about RFK, someone at his dinner farting, and it was about climate change, but it got 75,000 views. Best performing climate change video I've ever done.
Emissions. There you go.
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, trying to make it entertaining is part of the...
So happy you wore my t-shirt for that episode. Thanks, Mike. The fart heard around the world.
I forgot about that. I did wear a Source t-shirt. Well, you know, hopefully get some new sales.
Sorry, wasn't there also a fart at a recent, like, RFK Jr. thing?
Yeah, I think that if there was another one, I might have missed it. But yeah, it was that he had a press dinner in New York City. And the person who organized the event for him got into an argument with somebody else who was pro-climate change. And this person was like, hey, climate change is bullshit. And they started arguing. And then eventually the dude who was anti-climate change just started farting like he made a very large fart to the point where the room went silent. And then he announced it saying, I'm farting. And it was like, there was just, I wish I could be a fly on the fucking wall during this story.
I bet you would wish to be a fly. You'd be swimming, you'd be flying like crazy.
Yeah, assuming that flies don't have
more than that smell.
Yeah, assuming flies wouldn't be affected by it too much. But like, since they were arguing about climate change, I kind of used that as my in to talk about climate conspiracies and whatnot and how people believe conspiracy theories. But you know, yeah. I took shit and I molded it into a beautiful sculpture. I think, anyways. I was proud of the video. I also wanted to talk about farts. I'm not gonna lie.
Jokes withheld.
Before we get too far off it, I would love to hear more about this UFO stuff, because I read a bit. I thought about maybe doing a video, but it would have been just more of like, hey, this happened, as opposed to any real analysis. So I want to know, Mike, what did you what did you cover? What did you take from it? What happened?
I completely missed this one.
Oh, you missed
my normie friends like were like. I love having like, I talk to a lot of political people and I have those group chats, and I just have like my normie friends and I let them have the political conversations with me, because that's like at least one of my barometers to know like, okay, this is some stuff I'm not paying attention to. And one of my normie friends was like, oh, did you see what happened in Congress right now? And I was like, oh, did you mean like Mitch McConnell stroking out? And he was like, no, I mean the aliens. And that was when I realized, okay, let me unpolitics brain myself here. People are much more interested in the aliens. So yeah, let's go into that.
Yeah, so it was a multi-hour congressional hearing about UFOs. They had the guy who took the famous video of the UFO that looked like a Tic Tac. And then they had a former intelligence official turned whistleblower, David Grush. He went viral, I want to say, in June, because he had an explosive interview with News Nation where he confirmed that the United States government actually possesses multiple alien spacecraft, and they've recovered the remains, non-human biologics of the pilots. In other words, there's confirmation of aliens. He also speculated that they come from different dimensions. On top of that, some of them are malevolent and have killed human beings. And there's an actual treaty, he didn't describe this as a treaty, but a sort of pact that the government made with the alien species. And so according to this guy, we can all get some alien bussy pretty soon. The problem with this entire thing is there's been zero evidence presented. And it's based on hearsay. Yeah. So people within the intelligence community confided in him about this. And that's all he has. There's no photographs. He hasn't seen the photographs of the aliens. So we're supposed to take him at his word. He can't show anyone
because he says it's a national security threat. So he's like, I can't actually show you, but you have to take my word for it. Yeah.
Right. And see, it's crazy. He can't show us the documents because, it's classified. So he doesn't want to get in trouble. But he also said that he could get murdered. He implied he could get murdered for exposing this information because the government has murdered people to keep this secret. But I mean, there's so many questions, with regard to this. Why does the government? Yeah, I mean, why does the government want to keep this a secret in the first place? Like, it goes back to all conspiracy theories. Like, ask why. Like, why, when it comes to the flat Earth conspiracy theory, what does the government gain from getting people to think about the shape of the fucking planet? Nothing. So it doesn't even make sense at the core level. So when it comes to aliens and stuff, if they were there, the government would absolutely want us to know because the defense industry would want to ramp up. They'd talk, and they're already saying, oh, this could be a threat to national security, but they'd find some way to profit off of it. So it doesn't make sense, and there's no evidence.
Yeah, the threat on Earth is that we only have the Gok 3000, but the aliens have the Gok 4000. So we really gotta that's what we'll be.
Hey, Rebecca.
The government's way too afraid of us finding out about that. Hi, welcome to Conversation. You came in at a great time.
Yeah, I'm like Gok who, where, what, when. Now it's
talking about the aliens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Rebecca. What is your take on if you follow it, because nobody else really seemed to follow it. If you follow the alien conversation. Okay.
No, Lance, you can go. I seen about. I heard a little bit about it. But go ahead, Lance, and then I'll come in after since I came late. So go ahead.
Oh, it's nothing exciting. Just two things. One would be that, hey, most likely mathematically aliens do exist, but then the other part of it, and this is the really boring one, is that space is actually so incredibly vast. We don't really have a way of understanding its scale, but it's so monstrously huge that the variability to travel between one period to another, where there might be more intelligent life, would require stuff of which we don't even have the understanding of how it would work. Like, it's theoretical physics to be able to travel between dimensions or to be able to go through a wormhole and then stuff like that. So the fact that aliens would come here just to act like ghosts, just to be like boo, or just to make strange sounds, it doesn't really make sense. That's the part where I'm like, well, they have technology beyond our knowledge of how physics work.
Or it crashed so frequently. I mean, they have the technology to travel all the way here, but they keep crashing. It's like, are you fucking as stupid as we are? I mean, you got here. I would assume you're smart. Why do you keep crashing?
That's what they tell you they're doing. We don't know, but I did hear about it, and I'm not one to be like, there are aliens or there aren't aliens, child. I don't know. I ain't never seen them, but there's creepy stuff that happen every day. There's unexplainable things that happen all the time. There are things that we see, and then we know we saw what we saw, and then it just is it's in the news cycle for 0.1. Like, just it disappears. So I know there's some weird things, and I know that the government knows about some things. And that woman who spoke out about extraterrestrial, evidence and stuff like that. I just feel like if there are aliens, I don't want to pay no more bills. I just feel like if there are, if I should not be paying bills. I shouldn't be struggling. Like, there's like a whole another life. Take me. Okay. What's that girl during the pandemic? She made that song, Earth is Ghetto. I want to leave. Like, aliens come and get me right now. This is where
this is the best take. I mean, this is the right take.
Yes.
All wrong up to this point. Yeah.
Aliens absolutely do exist. Like, I think it would be ridiculous to claim otherwise, being that the universe is so vast and so much we don't know. I mean, it's quite, I think, egotistical for humans to be like, oh, we're definitely the only living thing.
Yeah.
But whether they've been here or not, I don't think so. That's an entirely different thing. I mean, we would, yeah.
What's that meme of like the aliens map of Earth, and it's just like an ocean with the United States in the middle. That's kind of a thing that's like sticking behind me, because like on Earth, like literally all we do is like there's that meme that talks about, oh, there's the left, they always like get together and they like unite, and it's like leftists are like, have you seen like 6 leftists in a room? Like, I'm surprised we're not arguing right now. Like,
have you seen the economic system? Like, this is not an economic system developed by the left.
Extrapolate that to Earth, and like we already understand how like, oh, China doesn't share intel with us, like Russia doesn't share intel with us. Like, I know Oppenheimer was about a lot of like government secrecy and things like that, but definitely we would have had like a North Korean or like Russian telegram tell us that we had aliens like 5 years ago if we had like really gotten there. I think just statistically speaking, aliens are out there. I would just be surprised that like their car keeps breaking down in America or like in New Mexico.
Right. Also, everybody has cameras. Everybody has a phone with a camera on it. You would think
4K.
like once that happened, there'd be a lot more sightings, a lot more things. And like, forget the military, forget governments. Regular people should be seeing more shit, and they're not seeing it.
But I think they are. And I feel like every time they are, it's as soon as it gets on anybody's internet, it's deleted. And or it's like they get like
not like little people walking around though. Like you mean like aerial phenomena. Like
no, people be having videos of like
aliens walking around.
Well, we don't know if they're aliens. We don't know.
Where are these videos? What are you talking? I would see these videos. Where are these videos?
I can't claim that the videos are true. I remember the last video was like a few months back. Somebody was saying that what was it, a 911 call about what they saw? And my thing was like, where was did you not
remember that?
I'm like, did you not think
it's like Nevada,
to pull out your phone? Yeah. And he's like, I'm looking at it right now. This thing looks like it's like 6 foot or whatever. He said, how 12 foot. And I'm like, where is and I'm pretty sure there was. And all they wanted to release though was the 911 call. And
Rebecca,
but who's they? They have the phone. The person has the phone. They could put that shit online. Like they have the phone.
You know what? But maybe FBI got to them first.
Men in Black, they erased the memory.
With the
little flashy thing that Will Smith had.
They have that technology. And Matt, I just wanted to point out, I like your haircut.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
I see it.
It actually was looking pretty bad right before you came on, and I was fixing it throughout the whole show. And now
okay, you're trying to get a look.
So there you go. Yeah.
Okay. Looks good.
I feel bad now because I was gonna say Rebecca, did you just discover the Bigfoot video? The way you were describing the alien.
Kind
There was like this 12-foot guy just walking down.
Yeah, no, I'm new to this. Like, everybody is so into the extraterrestrial, and I'm just like, just leave me out of it. If I see it, I'm probably gonna kill myself. I don't know. I don't like fear. I think I would be really, really scared if I see any weird things. I'm already scared of the dark. Like, I ain't with all that.
It's possible. It's possible when we talk about like alien intelligence, like them crashing on here. I mean, it's possible that the aliens from the M. Night Shyamalan movie Signs exist, where they came to a planet. It's like what is this planet? What percentage of the planet is water? And these aliens
resource,
right? Yeah, and these aliens were like their skin melted if it touched water. Like, maybe it's aliens were that smart.
Is our most abundant fucking resource.
It's the movies that do it for me. There was this one movie that had actual footage in it, and oh my god, till this day it creeps me out. Was it The Sixth Sense? No, that could be not it.
Oh, was it The Fourth Kind or something?
Thank you. Yeah. That's what it was.
That was a good movie.
That was so scary. Yeah, good movie. It had all the scariest things you can think of for me to see. And I had nightmares. Like, that was crazy. Because it was the fact that I knew there was actual real footage in it mixed in with the movie. It didn't sit well with me. I was just like, see, there's things out here. People know about them. It's on video. And they only showing portions of this, and see,
Fun fact. That movie kind of got me into UFO conspiracy theories, actually, because I was really into astronomy when I watched that. And then I wanted to seek out these videos, and I watched a bunch of documentaries. Like, there was the Phoenix Lights. Like, remember that? That was the one that was like, oh my God, everyone's seeing it. It turns out it was like balloons or something. But yeah, I kind of went through a little bit of a phase where I was really into these conspiracies. I thought that the testimonies from pilots was interesting. But the problem is that there's never anything more than grainy footage. And sure, I believe that they, these pilots, they see something, they describe it as like, oh, it looks like a Tic Tac. But like, you have to exhaust all other options before you get to, oh, it's aliens. Like, you can't work backwards from the conclusion. I saw a floaty dot in the sky, so it's aliens. But I will say that, like, if you really want to prove aliens are real, like, if you tell me that, like, Mitch McConnell had a tiny alien controlling his brain, that's more compelling to me than these UFO videos that go viral all the time. Because that would actually make logical sense to me.
Well, that alien died for 20 seconds this week, and as Mitch McConnell completely froze.
Wait, are we doing this? This is the segue. All right, here we go.
Mitch was on 1%, and I was like, somebody plug him up. Somebody get him some charge.
The last thing I'm going to say about that is, like, I love whistleblowers. I got nothing but respect for whistleblowers, but like Edward Snowden leaked that shit. He's like, yeah, they could kill me if I tell you about the stuff I know and I give you the proof and the documents. God bless. I'm out. Here's the information. Julian Assange, like, there's mixed opinions about him over the past 10 years, but like, he set up WikiLeaks and was like, yeah, no, if we're gonna be about it, be about it. Like, here's my information. Check my work. All right. I because this is a country where the History Channel show Ancient Aliens has been sliding on History Channel, like, no worries about getting renewed. Like, it's been going for like 20 seasons because this is that country and those people are speaking out right now. I'm gonna need them to Google it. I would need them to do their own research a little bit more. I'm gonna need to find a little bit more information, honestly. I want to believe, though.
I mean, what we need to do, and I said this in my video about this, get the crew back together that stormed Area 51 in 2019. Such a beautiful time.
Oh, the Naruto run.
Let's Naruto run past them. Let's see them aliens. They can't shoot all of us, and if we Naruto run, we can outrun their bullets. But speaking of anime, I saw a meme that Cam from H3 posted of Mitch McConnell when he was frozen, and there's a picture of a Shin Megami. I don't know if you all seen Death Note.
I haven't seen that one yet.
Okay, so it's an anime where this teenager finds a notebook, and if he writes somebody's name in it, then they'll die. A Shin Megami, gives them. It's been a while since I watched it, but there's just like a Shin Megami in the corner looking at Mitch McConnell, implying that his name was written in the Death Note. So yeah, there was a lot of really good memes about that, and this is perhaps the first time where I didn't get that little like feeling in the back of my head or in my conscience that was like, this isn't. You shouldn't laugh at this. Oh, it was hilarious. I loved every second of it. The memes were fire. If he dies, let's let the memes run. Let's do it.
There was a lot of tone policing about that. People being like, "Hey, this is not the time to make fun of Mitch McConnell, or this is not the time to laugh at something that's happening." I think every time I see that kind of stuff, it's like they want to preserve what little empathy we all have left, because the world is pretty rugged. There's a lot of fucked up shit going on, and they want you to preserve what little empathy you have left for someone who has spent his entire life like basically stripping people's healthcare away. I know what happened after that scene. He went and got the best possible healthcare someone can get.
Yeah,
he would have been seen by the best doctors, and they would have found out whatever was wrong, and then he got to go back to his everyday life, unlike the fucking millions of people that he fought against to be able to strip things like the Affordable Care Act and like that.
Mitch McConnell likes his doctor, and he gets to keep him because he was never playing with the Obamacare game to begin with. Like, all those people who are ranting about, oh, this is going to be a government takeover. They have government takeover insurance, and they are straight. They don't want private insurance. They don't want any special type of insurance. I guarantee you. I mean, I don't know this for a fact. Legal, blah blah. I just know it's true. They know what's wrong with Mitch McConnell. They've been treating this for a while. This was a lapse in medication. They're going to keep him going. This is not going to be a moment where like any physician's going to be like, Senator McConnell, sir, Mr. McConnell, that was a really like rough situation. You should really kind of slow down for your health a little bit. Consider maybe what succession looks like. There's literally even the video of a reporter asking, Mitch McConnell, do you have any succession plans going on? Once he came back to and like did his like stand-up interview at the podium 20 minutes later, and he laughs and walks away from the podium. Like Dianne Feinstein status, like escorted with a bunch of people. So like that's the gerontocracy we get on both sides of the elected Democrats and the elected Republicans. Republicans like get up in arms whenever Joe Biden trips or something. We kind of get upset when we see these things on the left. We see these things not just with Mitch McConnell, but also with Dianne Feinstein. So the issue, as to be serious for a moment, like the issue is that there aren't like fuck the olds caucus within the Democrats and the Republicans in Congress to be like, hey yo, gerontocracy is a no. Can we either get some like age caps or get some term limits, because that's going to be way too close to the third rail of power for either the Democrats or the Republicans, for either like the Squad or, you know, Matt Gaetz and associates, like even the splinter groups within each party. You can't touch that third rail, because the gerontocracy is where the power is that these folks are trying to get access to, whether you believe it's for good or for bad. Again, the AOC versus Matt Gaetz method. Both of them were also awkwardly on the same side when it came to the alien thing, so that's where my mind is going right now.
Oh, really?
No, they were both asking testimony. So like, oh no, is the government hiding about this shit? The world needs to know. Like, it was one of those, Bernie Sanders and Ted Cruz like do a nod in the distance as they're like passing on trains. Like every once in a while it happens, but no, like this is because we have both political parties, and the people who are elected in both political parties are looking at the gerontocracy and they're like, I don't want to rock the boat. I like the power as it is right now. We're not going to do it. So. Yeah,
did y'all see David Dole's video on this though? He's got this chart that shows you how much representation there is in both the Senate. How? Well, I know. I'm hyping you up. All right.
I hate that guy.
David Dole. Yeah. He put up this chart that shows you how each, like the House and the Senate, is represented by different age groups, and it's like 0.2 for Zoomers. Millennials have like 11.8, and then all of a sudden, once you get to like the Boomers, they dominate. They're still controlling the country, aka controlling
hard in the paint
by proxy. Yeah.
Damn.
Here, I can share this.
I did not see this video yet, but yeah, I believe Chico.
I do struggle though with this idea that like it's just about age, because you know, as Dan kind of alluded to, there's someone like Bernie Sanders, right, who I think is clearly the best senator in the Senate, and then you have people who are younger, like a Matt Gaetz, who's a piece of shit. Like, is age? So I mean, in this video, I mean, I discussed that, you know, having people disconnected or having people this old disconnects them from certain issues, specifically like climate change. But there is, you know, something to be said where is that the biggest problem when I think they're just, even if you eliminated everybody over, I don't know, 75 in Congress, you'd still have a situation where politics really wouldn't change. Like, it would still be the same shit getting through. It would still be the same focus. Just because these older people are gone, it's not going to change the actual influences that are happening behind the scenes.
I think the people were, what we see now is the same way. There's no effort, right? I feel like maybe back in the day, these boomers had some kind of effort that they put in. Now it's really no effort. They just, everyone is flying their KKK flags. People really don't give a damn. They're challenging people. Like I said last time we were on the show, these are the same people that literally domestic terrorists. Like, these are the people that they're seating when they're newer and they're younger. And the boomers want those people seated, and that's they don't want anybody else to do anything else or try to change up anything else. It's to literally set the house on fire. If there's any changes, we need to either roll it back or keep it the way it is. And that's, you know, how the boomers want it, and that's what these new people like Matt Gaetz and the Marjorie Taylor Greens are seated for. And I think that's, I mean, they're similar in all these ways, but there's nothing. I don't think I've seen any Republican that's actually done, or right now that's saying anything that makes sense. The one that everybody was given, I guess, what was it, like last year? Everybody was like, oh my God, Liz Cheney. Like, she is so, like, because she said something against Donald Trump, and she's saying things now. I feel like this is what we need. This is the idea of bipartisanship. This is what it looks like to work together. And it's like, no, she spoke up so late. Thank you. Though, thank you for your words. Thank you for doing what you were supposed to do. But that's not to me what people we should have seated, we should trust, right? They might fall short sometimes. We might not agree with everything they do. Sometimes I don't agree with things that people on the left do. Sometimes it might be rarely there's something on the right. I mean, like, you know what? But nothing that makes me like want to be like, yeah, shouts out to them. But with anybody who's a leader, whether or not we agree with them or not, can we trust you? What can you, and all them people on the right, They are shifty as hell, but they're shifty, but they will definitely stand 10 toes down for BS, for things that hurt, especially marginalized communities. And that's what the boomers and them younger folks who are seated are doing. They have that in common. And if they can keep that, that's what we will continue to see. But those boomers will keep them seats hot until like what we see now, Mitch McConnell. They're on 1%. 1%.
Yeah, I agree with that totally. To me, I've never really been concerned about age, because you can replace all of the Republican boomers with, younger Republicans. And as Rebecca said, what's going to change, when it comes to policy, and ideology? I mean, to the extent that age is an issue, it's when they're there so long that they're literally dying, like Mitch McConnell and Dianne Feinstein. But like policy-wise, that's not really going to make a difference. Like you'll see change on the outside, continuity on the inside. And what we really want is an ideological change, really. And I just don't think that age is going to facilitate that, because like as David was saying too, Bernie Sanders, that dude is 1,000 years old and he has like the best policies in the Senate. So
and he still operates well. Like he's not mentally, he's not where Biden is. He's not where McConnell or Feinstein is. So you can't just look at the number. It has to be how they're performing, what their focus is, what they're doing. And you could say, based on averages, maybe most people over 80 aren't doing all that great in the Senate, in Congress general. Like their focus probably isn't what Bernie's focus is. So Bernie is really an outlier, but I do think it's sort of reductive to just like look at the age and think, oh, well then they're 80, they can't do this, they must leave. Like it depends on who the person is.
Right. I don't want to come off as too ageist. I want to come off as ageist, but not too ageist. And here's why, right? Like, it's like, I completely agree. Like I have, I'm like looking at my own family and like looking at the sides and how it works. Like I have one side of my family where in later age, like in later years, usually it's their physical health that goes away, but mentally they're sharp as a tack. And then I have another side of my family where it's the other way around, where there's a lot of history of dementia and like mental health issues, but like these people are like physically in like tip top shape. Like it's not their heart or their like liver that kills them. It's like some other like random thing, right? So like you can't arbitrarily put an age all the time and go like, okay, 75, you can't drive anymore. 80, you can't drive anymore, other than looking at statistics. But in the specific context of politics, I remember having this debate back in the TYT days with, I'll protect the names of the innocent, but with some other Black contributors and myself regarding the Black Caucus and people like, who's the brother from South Carolina who's just like Bernie's least favorite person?
Jim Clyburn.
Clyburn, yes. And how, yeah, like you have the Congressional Black Caucus, right? And there's a debate over, okay, well, you have older folks who are there, and mental acuity is not really the debate, right? But do those older folks who are there, who believe that they are there because of the civil rights struggle and all these other different movements that they have worked through, are they really using that age or being aware of their age to realize that now's the time to pass the baton? Particularly what I mean is that with age, and why I still like in a political sense I could be convinced on the side of age caps, is with age comes history, experience, and power. And all of those can be leveraged directly against incumbent movements, either within a party or outside of a party, to keep them out of power. The reason Nancy Pelosi keeps having so much attention is because, not exclusively because of her age, but because she's been in the House for so long. She has such an ability to fundraise, and she has so many connections within the tendrils of the Democratic Party as a machine, but also the tendrils that make it work, who are the big donors, the big funders, oftentimes in Northern California and San Francisco where she's based, but just whoever, like you say the Pelosi name to a certain type of wallet and that number rings. You can kind of get those connections by being the younger person who's like ultimately replaced by Pelosi, but you truly like it's like starting a game out where you get to start at age 35 and you're playing against a 2-year-old, right? Like you're just always gonna win that game, because no matter how much the 2-year-old gets to you, even if the 2-year-old gets your spot, you're gonna know some stuff they don't. And so I think we should encourage, whether it's through term limits or whether it's through norms, which, like, fuck them, right? Like, I think it's through term limits, but we should encourage the idea of, okay, if you're getting up there in age and you're in politics and you're feeling all that good shit about yourself, have a plan to pass that on at least, and pass on that knowledge. Again, yeah, I'm talking very much like in a happy world.
One of the reasons why I thought that like that chart that David showed was striking, though, was not so much like, I'm not trying to say that like, you know, boomers, this is completely 100% an age thing. It's how little representation like, you know, younger generations actually have in politics. Like, you know, Gen Z, it's non-existent, and for millennials, it's barely a crumb of the entire thing.
Yeah. Gen Z, there's just Maxwell Frost. That's the only.
That's it.
Yeah, and like a Gen Z Republican is different from a Gen Z leftist, just like a Gen Z leftist is different from a millennial leftist or progressive, is different from a Gen X or boomer liberal, right? Like all of these things and all of these gradations, it's not exclusively age. So yeah, I don't want to make a rigid sort of thing, but it's undeniable that with different generations, there's different experiences. There's living your generation in the shadow of another generation. And these things in a supposedly representative democracy and a supposed body politic that we're like trying to salvage, these are things that we have to hold with some sort of credence and actually fight for, to make sure that like we don't lose those nuances, because it's very easy for the media, just for people at large, to narrow this down and, you know, unnuance this.
Yeah. I was hoping that we could talk about the internet bill that is circulating Congress. There's been a big push for it. Let me share my screen. Actually, hang on a second. Let me see if I can. Give me 1 second. Because I wanted to draw some attention to this because it's apparently picking up steam in Congress. And I don't think a lot of people know about this. It's one of those things where it sounds good on paper, but in practice, it's going to be a disaster.
Mike's very worried about this bill because it requires streamers to share their screen under a certain amount of time, and he's worried.
Yes.
It's like the fast track tolls. If you don't do it on the right time, you get fined more.
With these bills, they always try to make them sound all like, "Oh, this is going to be great. Yeah, we're going to pass the internet bill. It's going to make everything better." And it's never that. It's always the language they try to, you know, whether it's through the name or whatever it is, and you look into it slightly, and it's not what it claims to be.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's it. So Fight for the Future, they are the organization that organized against net neutrality. So they're taking action between the 20th and 28th. Almost over, but there's a bunch of really bad bills that are circulating through Congress. So there's the Earn It Act, COSA, Age Gating Bills, Restrict Act, Stop CSAM, Cooper Davis. So if you go to badinternetbills.com, you can get the skinny on all of these. I want to fixate on COSA in particular because that one is really insidious. So basically, there's this effort to mitigate the harms of social media on young people. And there's been bans proposed. This one isn't necessarily a ban, but the goal is to limit what kids see online that could be damaging. Like an example that's cited is anything that could influence a young teen girl to get an eating disorder, for example. Of course, you don't want them to see that kind of information, but the solution here is going to be terrible and actually have damaging effects for queer youth. So I'm just going to read a couple of paragraphs just so you all kind of get the gist of it. But so this is from Teen Vogue. Right now, there are a handful of bills being rushed through Congress in the 11th hour before August recess that could permanently damage the ability of AO3. This is a website that they're referring to for young people to reach its audience. So the main threat is the Kids Online Safety Act, COSA. It does have the support of celebrities like Lizzo. And there's other celebrities that support it too, but I think she's the biggest one. And the reason why they're supporting it is because it sounds like a great idea on paper. So framed as protecting children, COSA creates a duty of care that requires apps and websites to prevent and mitigate harms to children like anxiety and depression their products might cause. If the app or website doesn't take steps to mitigate those harms, usually through removing content, it can be held liable. So this is kind of a loophole to the Section 230 stuff. But anyways, protecting children from harmful content with big tech taking the full Taking the fall may sound great until you consider who will have the power to decide what content is harmful. And this is kind of the catch-22 part. So COSA authorizes state attorneys general to be the ultimate arbiters of what is good or bad for kids. If a state attorney general asserts information about gender-affirming care or abortion care could cause a child depression or anxiety, they could sue an app or website for not removing that content. So to prevent that liability, the app or website could proactively remove content that a conservative attorney general might think is bad for kids. But a lot of attorneys general think legitimate content is bad for kids. So this author says, I live in Texas, where our attorney general, Ken Paxton, has called gender-affirming care for trans youth child abuse. Some Texas lawmakers want to make it illegal for abortion funds to have websites. The school district I grew up in is currently under investigation by the ACLU for discriminating against trans students. So basically, this would restrict access, not just for kids, but it's kind of a slippery slope. It would affect websites for adults. But the most vulnerable community is LGBTQ plus youth, who would lose access to certain forums and communities that actually give them confidence, that have been proven that there's better outcomes. So, for example, they link to this. There's a whole section that acknowledges that LGBTQ plus youth actually have better outcomes when they have access to social media and online communities. And so this is kind of like another, you could think back to SOPA, but a more recent example is FOSTA and SESTA as well, where the goal is to, it's to do a good thing, prevent sex trafficking, help survivors, but it does the opposite, right? So I just wanted to draw everyone's attention to that. So Fight for the Future has a petition that you can sign if you go to badinternetbills.com. And really the goal right now, because these are kind of going through the Senate. There was just a hearing on it today. They're trying to pass this quickly. And if you don't make noise, then they're going to do it. Now, thankfully, Ed Markey and Maria Cantwell, these are the first two senators to actually say, hey, we're hearing concerns from the LGBTQ plus community about how this can actually be damaging to queer youth. So there's at least some people in Congress like sounding the alarm, but a lot of them just don't know. So like Bernie Sanders, for example, like I don't think he would support this if he knew what it entailed. He just doesn't know. So we've got to sound the alarm. Bernie, believe it or not, supported FOSTA and SESTA, as did Elizabeth Warren. And so if we don't reach them, if we don't sound the alarm and get in their ear, they're going to support this because it sounds really good on paper. Who doesn't want to protect young girls from, information about eating disorders that could cause them to develop that? But this is going to do more harm than good. It's censorship. So just be sure that if you can, contact your senator and let them know this is bad. And there's a lot of talking points that you can use from Fight for the Future and Bad Internet Bills. And also follow Evan Greer on Twitter and Mastodon because they have a lot of really good resources. They're the organizer here. Just wanted to put that out there because this is going to be one of those situations where I feel like if there's enough backlash, then they're going to try to sneak this into like some sort of a fucking appropriations bill. We know how this works. So just be aware that this is something that they're pushing. The Biden administration is pushing this, I believe, as well. And it's bad. It would do a lot of harm.
So, what you're saying is this has some things that will definitely hurt LGBTQIA plus teens and younger people. And so how they're putting it out there is under the guise of something that will help everyone. And so people like Lizzo, who have huge communities of people, are pushing it because they believe that this is going to be something that helps. So you're saying like maybe if we get enough people to, who are in power to get their eyes on it, they can adjust it, right? To make it make sense for everyone.
Exactly. Because this is one of those instances where, and I talked about this a couple of months, like with regard to Lizzo. She's a very good person. Like she's one of the few celebrities who I think is just like very, very moral and cares. But the way that this was initially pitched was about eating disorders, which is actually a really big problem on social media for young girls, along with depression and whatnot. So on paper, it makes a lot of sense. But the problem is that if you want to protect kids online, this is like the worst way to do it because you're essentially handing attorneys general a blank check to just censor any and everything that they don't like. So that could include, abortion content, LGBTQ plus youth content. And the reason why the organizations like civil rights groups are particularly concerned is because like when it comes to LGBTQ plus youth, if you can't come out to your parents, then you need these resources online. Like, for example, when I was a teenager, I was looking looking for communities online to question my own sexuality. And if that were taken away from me, it would have been really detrimental, because you need to be able to talk to other people if you can't talk to them in real life. And so that's why, like, a lot of queer youth, they end up finding resources on Twitter or on, I forgot the name of the other, Tumblr or whatever. And so this is just going to basically empower the worst people to do really bad things. And so if they want to protect kids online, then just, this is like the worst way that they can do it. So there's been suggestions, for example, I think from Ed Markey, to try to change the language of the bill, but it still isn't sufficient. Like, the bill essentially needs to be scrapped, and there needs to be some other way, because I think that kids do need to be protected from the harms of social media somehow. I don't know if you can do this at the state or federal level. I think this might just be a parents thing, perhaps information campaigns. But to give attorneys general the ability to hold websites legally liable, it kind of subverts the whole concept of Section 230. And so it's a really dangerous thing to open the door to. And again, like, I don't want to fault anyone for thinking that this is a good thing, because it who doesn't want to protect children, right? But like, we've passed some terrible laws under the guise of protecting children. So just don't fall for it. And this is certainly one of these bills where you want to make sure that you're pretty savvy. There's other bills.
Pull this tweet up on the screen. This is the Heritage Foundation openly saying they're going to use this bill to go after LGBTQ kids.
Because of course.
This is quite clearly that's what they want this, because they know what it's going to do. When you pull it up, you could read it while it's on the screen for everybody, or I could read it. Basically, one user basically screenshot the Heritage Foundation openly stating in a piece on the American Conservative that they're going to use this to attack trans content, saying it's posing a risk to social contagion, and which is obviously not true. That's the right's whole framing of this stuff, that it's a social contagion, which is obviously not true. And then the Heritage Foundation even replies to this person, calling out the article that quotes them, and says, yeah, that's what we're going to do. Keeping trans content away from children is protecting kids. No child should be conditioned to think that permanently damaging, I'm not going to read their whole framing of it because it's bullshit framing, but they are openly saying they're going to use this to go after, LGBTQ content.
Yeah. So it's, I mean, yeah, I'm glad that you found that, Matt, because they're broadcasting what they want to do already. But there's other bills too. Like, be really careful about age gating material. Some red states have basically banned porn for young people. And the way that they do this is by getting adults to put in their IDs, right? So it's about the kids, but really this is a violation of privacy. And like, putting your ID into these websites, that's not something you want to do. Like, if you're putting your information on the computer, you want it to be secure. There are other ways to protect children and to reduce access to pornographic content. And like the porn websites, for example, like Pornhub has said, here's some things that you can do. There's recommendations, but like these lawmakers are just ignoring all of it because they very clearly have, an agenda. It's motivated by nefarious purposes. So they use kids to draw you in because that'll work, because we all care about protecting children. And then that's when it affects all of us. So badinternetbills.com. Follow all of these, especially COSA, because that's the one right now that they're considering.
If you come across something that is branded as protecting kids or save the children, 90% of the time, it's bullshit, and they're coming after. They're have nefarious plans. Just like whenever you hear about a nice, nonprofit organization that's called like Focus on the Family or the Family Agenda. I don't know, anything that uses the word family usually. It's usually some nefarious conservative right-wing organization. Yep. It's always bullshit. And
that lady who's always singing in the arms of
right,
Sarah McLachlan.
Right.
Yeah.
And like this is not giving me what I thought it was. But yeah.
And cars for kids. Why are we giving cars to kids? Kids should not be driving.
It's a scam. It's always a scam. Where's that money even going? Like, it's just like, it's all a scam. But thank you for bringing that to our attention. And you said, what was that website again?
Badinternetbills.com.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Shout out to Ron Placone, who put this on my radar. I didn't know that they were doing this whole visibility week from Fight for the Future and Bad Internet Bills. He kind of put this on my radar, and I'm like, okay, yes, I will share. I've talked about Kosa before, but like this is the time to make noise when people are.
Ron Placone. We don't always agree on everything, but he's a good guy. He's another Jimmy Dore refugee.
Yeah, he's a very good guy. Him and I actually are very close friends still. And there was a bit of awkwardness during the whole my beef with Jimmy Dore and stuff like that. But yeah, we're kind of I think we're past that.
I'm sure he knew the whole fucking time what was going on.
I don't know, because there was one point where Jimmy just like would decide to not host his own show on TYT. He would just like not show up, and so Ron Placone would be like our middle ground of, okay, Jimmy likes Ron. We also know he can like competently host for an hour and a half, and so like he was all good. And there was one point where I was going, oh, I don't know, like the commenters hate me, like I'm not Jimmy. I don't know if I would be Jimmy, and I had to like take him aside for a moment, and I'll just go, Ron, you're a better host. No, you're better than Jimmy. Just trust me on this. Just trust me on this. You're better at hosting a program than Jimmy Dore is. And so, like, yeah, like I.
And then you gave him 3 shots of vodka, and he was great.
Absolutely. So
that's funny.
In this house, we more or less like Ron.
Yeah. I told him.
He's also got
too.
Cats, so how can you hate?
Yeah. I told him too. He would have never admit this on air, but I think he knows it's true as well. That once he left, the Jimmy Dore show got like exponentially less funny. And that's because Ron, he wrote the best Jimmy Dore jokes. And it didn't really click with me. Like, because I used to think Jimmy Dore was funny, but all of a sudden it's like, this motherfucker has nothing. Like, he's farting dust.
Get out of here. Get out of here. You thought Jimmy Dore was funny. Get off the show
But it was Ron Placone who was writing the funny jokes.
Even before he made his full-blown turn, that man was never funny. Get out of here.
He was just drunk. That's
yeah.
I can neither confirm nor deny. I will say, like, everyone while they're talking has moments. I'm sure people have even thought I'm funny when I'm definitely not funny. So I'll give it that. But no, Ron Placone's very talented. I highly recommend checking him out.
Everybody ain't funny. That's not true. Everybody ain't funny. They, people on the internet will gas people up to be like they're funny.
That's true.
But they're the joke. But anywho, what's a joke that I've seen on my radar? The fact that in Florida, Ron DeSantis is saying that slaves benefited. People benefited.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all seen that? Because I didn't want to miss that. And that's happening. It's real. Yeah. It's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I mean, in his defense, one side of my family's entire last name are Fisher. So therefore, hey, I mean, where did they learn how to fish? What are you doing that? No.
See, there you go. Don't be starting, because I think everybody on the internet ain't funny. Okay, Dan from the internet. So,
damn, you just really own Dan big time.
I deserved it.
Ron DeSantis, he's defending the new Florida curriculum that he created or wants to put in place. He was speaking in an event to reporters in Utah, where he defended a new set of academic standards in his state, Florida, that will require middle schools to teach that enslaved people developed skills which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. And we know that since he stated that, it had everybody, well, not everybody, but Black folks, we were like, now why would you say now it benefited? You see how they want to flip it? And it's because this is the thing. People like Ron DeSantis and those people, Those Republicans, like I said, they will reach with the shortest arms and they will say this is law, and all of their backwoods followers with no health insurance but who just want to bleed red, what they're going to do is they're going to believe this. They're going to say whatever. They're not going to look for the research. It's because Ron DeSantis said it and he is their God right now, and whatever he says goes. And so if he said that slaves benefited or enslaved people benefited from slavery because they learned things, this is it. But they do not want to put in the books about the torture, what happened to enslaved people when enslaved people were free, what happened then, whose blood was on the hands of white folks. They don't want to say any of those things, how whole communities were bombed. They don't want to talk about those things. They don't want to put that in history, but they want to cover up and beautify slavery. And they do not want to hold their grandparents, because it's just like 2 generations removed. They don't want to hold those people accountable. They do not want to be held accountable. You got to uphold white law, white supremacy, white nationalism, white talking points. And I don't think I would ever, and see, being in the state, I'm from Florida, and understanding, and if I ever had to learn that, if that was put into my head as a young child, already a product of immigrants, and that would be put in my head that Haitians are allergic to slavery. Okay, if you guys don't know that already, I am a product of Haitian immigrants. If that was put into my head and I brought that to my daddy, he would literally uproot us from Florida and take us somewhere else, because that's not a teaching that you want your Black child to be taught. They don't even want them to read about the positives or anything else, like how Ruby Bridges desegregated this, the air. They don't want that, and they don't want that story in there, but they want to just give lies.
You know what though? It wouldn't surprise me if exactly what you said isn't the end goal, on a broader level. I mean, Florida is already doing that to families with trans kids, basically uprooting their lives and forcing them to leave. Wouldn't surprise me if the end goal is that get any sort of marginalized group that Ron DeSantis views as woke out of the state,
He doubled and tripled down when he was being interviewed about this. He was like, "Oh, well, I'm just saying, what if someone became a blacksmith or something?" I was like, "And then what? Do you think there was a retirement age for slaves?
Right.
Do you think at a certain point they're like, well, now to use these skills that I've learned thanks to the plantation owners or whatever?" And this is, by the way, on the heels of him doing that ad this week. By the way, he was this ad was this week or the week before when that actual fascist commercial came out. Like,
what about all the slaves who died before the end of slavery? Even going by his thinking process, a lot of people died before they got to that point where they could use their skills.
They already had skills where they were. Okay, right. That's what helped them live. That's how they grow their resources. They already had skills. They were already living lives before they were taken and brought here. So this is the logic is so dumb. It's so stupid. And this is how they gave us Thanksgiving too. I mean, we celebrate Thanksgiving. We didn't know what the real meaning or what was behind it, or how abusive and bloody it was to Native American. We didn't know. We didn't know any of this. So this is look how they taught us that, and we just been walking around here celebrating while people, are suffering and hurting as we celebrate. So I can't stand behind this. And I know a lot of us can't, but just knowing that this is Ron DeSantis. This man is very powerful right now. And a lot of people follow and eat everything he says. It's dumb. It really, there is nothing that can prove his point for real. It hurts people. It's very abusive. It's misinformation, but there are so many people who just, as long as it's coming from a Republican who can possibly be their leader, they will, this is Bible to them. This is evangelical word. This is what they will abide by. And this is what they will continue to push on their platforms too. Some people that follow them have huge platforms on TikTok, on whatever, and they will push these talking points. And this is how people will look at Black folks. And if I say, how I'm a marginalized person, they're going to say, well, you benefited from being here because your people wouldn't have. And it's just now I got to fight in the streets. Now I got to fight Sally and everybody at Target. Okay. And I don't want to do that. So, but it's causing more division. It'll cause more division and those kind of things. So
it's genuinely sickening. I mean, it's like this is the quintessential example of whitewashing American history. And but Ron DeSantis, like, he may be losing in the presidential election, but he's still, more so perhaps than any other governor in the country, is able to lower the bar, like things that were not touchable by the GOP because they would be nuclear. You don't want to go here. He went there and he got it to be acceptable. I mean, this is the same person who got the Democratic Party voters, at least according to one poll, to support the Don't Say Gay bill, right? So him doing this, he is able to market this in a way to make it acceptable. And once you open the door to saying, oh, well, you know, there were some quote unquote benefits to slavery, what else will you be willing to believe? It's just the beginning. I mean, and again, remember earlier this year, he banned an African-American AP Studies course too. So it's just, it's sickening, but at the same time, the fact that none of us are shocked by this probably is also what makes it really bad, because that's where we're at.
Yeah. It's on brand for him, for real, because he has been attacking education in Florida, you know, in his state, and he's making sure that he goes first for how Black people are seen and are represented here in America, and how their history is represented. That's what he's going for first, and also how white people are viewed in America, and to uphold the lies and, you know, the values of white folks, and how they have made America what it is, you know, by the bootstraps, you know, America the great, all America the beautiful. It's that make America great on steroids logic that he's pushing. And it's to push out anything that has to do with Black people asking for reparations or telling their story. And we don't even get our story told. We get it like how they want to talk about, you know, how they when you were in school, what you learned was probably Martin Luther King and how, you know, we aren't seen by the color of our skin, that whole thing. That's all you learned. But there was so much more to Martin Luther King and his story, but they couldn't give you all of that. They don't want to make it, because what it makes it look like is a rebellious person, you know, against the system, a radical. And they needed to show that he was somebody who was for all people. And if they showed any of his other talking points or any of his other speeches, it would go beyond how white people wanted to paint him for us. I learned Martin Luther King from how they taught me in school. But then I went to Florida A&M University, the #1 HBCU in the nation. Oh, and baby, they taught me. They had me read that book called The Lies My Teacher Told Me by Zimmerman, and it refreshed my mind, okay? It told me everything I needed to know, and how I was taught things to suppress and to minimize how people who look like me and their history in this country. So, yeah.
I just gotta say, I totally relate to that. Like, when you were mentioning how Florida is protecting like all these different like aspects of white patriarchy, white supremacy, etc., it harkened back to this explicit bill, like one of the first ones Ron DeSantis passed to get on the map this cycle, to say that, you know, anything that could possibly, basically it was targeting white fragility, is like we on the left we call it, but like anything that could possibly cause a white student to feel uncomfortable because they feel guilty for what they're being taught or whatever, like it's just like not allowed to be in the classroom. You're discouraging it from the classroom. And like, even I consider myself relatively lucky, gotten to like the Californian side of like the educational system. But the only reason I learned about how the reason why California has the gun laws that Republicans complain about all the time is because Ronald Reagan was afraid of the fact that the Black Panthers were using those gun laws to protest at the Capitol. Like, if it wasn't from the fact that my parents were from Oakland, and so the Black Panthers is just like something we talked about like at home, because that wasn't taught in schools. But knowing that history and knowing that Republican hero Ronald Reagan passed the assault weapons ban in California because of the Black Panthers and the threat of the Black Panthers protesting with their guns, when white folks in the Klan protesting with their guns down in Orange County was A-okay for every governor up to and including Ronald Reagan. Like, that is history that unlocks things for people. And it goes back to why they don't want to teach it. That's why they won't even teach it in California public schools, all right? Because that's some way too real shit. And that's like America's full of so many of those stories, like the internment of Japanese folks, the just constant mistreating and like erasure of indigenous people, especially in the context of Oppenheimer that just aired recently. Like there's so many of these moments in American history that pretty much the only conclusion to go to is like, yeah, you know, America, you can make it better. Like you can make it here, you can make it anywhere, you can get rich really quickly.
It's
but
a melting
on
pot.
a lot of blood, on the backs of a lot of blood, and there continues to be a lot of blood.
Yeah,
it's like you were saying, Rebecca, earlier. Like if you don't massage and create a public that is sort of okay with that, if you don't create this layers that like folks like us who are trying to break through that have to fight through these, like the foundation that's being made by laws in Florida. And even you have the College Board, which is supposed to be a capital L liberal like organization, changing their African American studies course that is taught to high school students across the country to make sure it complies with Florida's laws, because at the end of the day, they're a business. Like this has ripple effects for the entire country for what we know. And like we can't undo that kind of purposeful, systemic, like state-led, top-down, like unlearning. And so it's really important to highlight.
And he's going for presidency. And you know,
good thing he sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, that too.
He's deeply unlikely.
Yeah, he's not. He has no chance.
And I see that. It's lower.
But,
I'm like,
Trump can take this exact same like framework.
Yeah,
Any Republican can.
Yeah.
And you know it's capable, and then he's gonna just stamp and said he came up with it first. You know, he's like Soldier Boy. He did it first. That's what he likes to do. He likes to say that often. But
I think that's the first time anyone's ever said Trump is like Soldier Boy.
That sentence out loud.
You can say he always says he did it first, right?
Never forget Trump said he invented priming the pump, as in like the John Maynard Keynes thing from the 1930s. He's like priming the pump, which I came up with, by the way. I was like, this guy
lies.
He just
that man lies.
Let your nuts hang, Mr. Trump. Let's go.
But no, but it's real scary though. It's people down there who, you know, are not calling it DeSantis County anymore. They're calling it DeSantis Country. These are the type of people who will, for the next 4 years, believe that he will be president. They'll move in that. They'll walk in that. There are some even people in the education system who love that he is doing this because they think that it's better to not be so harsh on the children, you know, showing children different types of movies or different types of teachings, having them read books that mention slavery in a way where it puts their, like I said, their grandparents, their uncles, their aunts, you know, it highlights and has kids going home saying, now mama, was this us? Did we do this? And it's like a lot of parents are offended by that. But we have to talk about, if we're going to talk about him, we should. I want to say we have to, but they're not. But we should be talking about this because if we're going to talk about America and we're going to talk about all of its layers, we have to talk about the real history, right? And we have to mention that. So if we don't mention that, how can we ever get to at least somewhere where we can be together in that white people and black folks standing together in that Martin Luther King way that white folks want us to be? We can't get there if we're not telling the truth. It's just nothing but lies. And now we have platforms where we can, we can come on and tell our own stories. And I want it to be for our education system to at least, it's like we're going back in time. Every time we reach somewhere, like at least I had something. I didn't have enough. I didn't have much, but we had Martin Luther King's teaching. They weren't going to teach us about Malcolm X, but they were going to teach us about Rosa Parks. You know, they weren't going to teach us about like all these other people who they considered to be radical, like Billie Holiday. They didn't want us to really go in to what the story was with Billie Holiday. They were just going to say she was a black jazz singer. They don't want us to know exactly their history or how America played a part in attacking them and literally the feds watching them, making sure they put fear into them. They don't want us to know any of these things. And they want us to look at like you said, the Black Panthers. I've always thought they were bad people when I was younger. They were terrible. They didn't do anything for the community, nothing, because that's what I was taught to believe. But in reality, Right. They were feeding people in communities and children and making sure everybody was okay and teaching people how to protect themselves from the abuse of what was going on with law enforcement, with the government. They were stepping in when America was not. So, there's a lot of teaching that they don't want to teach us, but at least don't take away what they have already. Now you're saying, you're literally lying. You're saying that they benefited, and as if they were feral people that you guys picked up and in a country with didn't have any knowledge, and that's what I don't like. They didn't have any talent or task or things that they already knew how to do. They already knew how to do these things. That's why I went and got them. Okay, strong, resourceful, all of that, because y'all couldn't do it yourself over here. That's why. That's why y'all had y'all Black women feeding your children. Okay, Black breast. It didn't make it make sense. So it was you that benefited from slaves. It was your property that was well kept up from slaves. It was your household that stayed together from slaves. It was your business that wasn't even your business idea that was created by slaves, enslaved people. So stop playing it. It's a lot. Go ahead.
Really fast. I just want to there's one defense that I saw someone make of the policy going, well, let's take the example of Frederick Douglass. If it wasn't for Frederick Douglass's slave master's mistress, Frederick Douglass wouldn't learn how to read. And I'm like, oh, wow.
I saw that one.
Damn, that's brazy. Wow. The only way to learn how to read back in the 19th century was to get a slave master's mistress to do so. You couldn't just, be freed and not face getting beaten or whipped to death all the time and just learn how to read. And even if you read Frederick Douglass's own writings on this, it wasn't the mistress teaching him the ABCs that went oh, I'm going to be a Black intellectual, I'm going to go to Europe and back and learn all these different things. It was the fact that when the master found out, the mistress was about to be punished and he was about to be punished, because something along the lines of the master saying, the reason we don't want Black people to be informed, which resonates very much right now in the context of these book bans, because it's not just Black people, it's just everyone. The reason we don't want these people that we are enslaved to be informed is because when they can read and when they can gain knowledge of their existence and their system, they'll want out of it. Then our power will be gone. Then they will seek power. Then they will seek wealth. They will seek material benefits for themselves. And that means I have to give away something. That means my power structure that I have built my entire, existence on crumbles. So that's why we have to keep them dumb. That's why we have to keep them away from this stuff. And so, sure, go ahead, teach that full history, but don't go, oh, slavery was some bad, people were whipped, but they learned some great songs, and look, they're all rappers today, so it's all good.
And we own them, even in that, even over there, we own the rappers. But look, because of us, they are what they are. But it's they want credit for every damn thing. No, how about you take credit for how you destroyed a lot of their lives and took away families, right? You how about you take credit for that? But no, they will not. How about when the Tulsa, Oklahoma people, you guys literally destroyed a community for what? For what reason? And that wasn't even so long ago. There are people who are still living from that, who lost family members, lost their homes, were displaced, right? Then and they just got denied reparations because America does not want to deal with that history. America doesn't want to talk about it.
Who was the school official that didn't want to use the word race when teaching about Black history? And then somebody asked him, well, how do you teach about the Tulsa race massacre? How do you teach history without using that word? And I can't remember what he said specifically, but the defense was just
Tulsa neighbor tickle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds fun.
It's more it's it's softer. It's we popped in town for a second.
Hey,
didn't like what we saw.
Bad. One of the few Black communities that had built wealth for themselves was gone. Plus, everyone loves a new start. They just needed this. There's some of those people. There's my family members who were in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and my family, we don't talk about this history because I don't know about like anyone else, but you get to a certain point, they're like, we just don't talk about that. Right?
Yeah.
But no, it's around the same times that meets up. But hey, on the plus side, everyone just wants an opportunity to start fresh. Hey, they got to move out to California.
That's the talking point.
Palm tree beach life. Like that is the direction it's going to. And it's great content. It's like very in a dark way for us, but it is now we have to fight against that. Like now they're going to be dumbasses in chat going, well, hey, didn't they get a nice vacation? Some people went to California after Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's objectively
Meanwhile,
better.
there was a Tulsa, Oklahoma in California. If you talk about, they went to Florida, there was a Tulsa, Oklahoma situation in Florida. Every single state, right, multiple, and every single state everywhere has had this where there was an uprising of white folks inside of just because they didn't want them around. Black folks went and created their own communities, and that still wasn't enough. It still wasn't enough. They did not want them winning at all. It would always be that, and that's what we're fighting against. And that's what, like, it's not that, that, oh my gosh, we just hate all white people or whatever the case may be. I mean, we're sitting here on this programming right now, and it's black and white folks.
Some of my best friends.
Yeah. So see, like, we it's not that we hate all white people, but the conversation needs to be had. So talk to your fellow friends, uncles, everybody else. Talk to them because I'm sick of it. Right. I'm sick of it.
Also, to Rebecca, to your point, the only people who should be offended by teaching that white supremacy is bad is white supremacists, right? Like, why would anyone take insult to any of this to say?
Yeah, I don't get why people are offended by these conversations.
Right.
It's just history. Like, to be offended by, would assume that you are in favor of such things. Like, why else would you be bothered by these discussions?
Yeah. They get bothered. They're like, oh my God, like, why are we talking about this? Like, I'm not even my mom or my dad. Girl, I didn't say that. See, this is what we're just talking about. We're just saying, like, let's help to push the conversation of basically, like, this is not facts and we should do something about it. Like, make sure that we're helping to, in our communities, if you are an educator too, fighting for that. Like, don't just be like, I don't know why we're still talking about this. That's not my fault. We're not saying it's your fault. It's not. But you have the ability and an upper hand over us who want to tell our own stories. So if you want to be an ally, that's how you can be an ally. But we'll see how this goes. I want to see what comes of it. We already know that people are fighting against it. I know Kamala Harris had spoken up about it. So I want to see what definitely comes of this. It's, it sucks, but you know how it is in Florida. When something happens in Florida, Texas want to do the same thing. Then Georgia wants to hop on the bandwagon. Yeah, and then we'll see that ripple effect. But we'll see how that goes.
You want to know one thing that
I'll just say it really fast. I have no hope in like Florida's government, but I have family from Florida. I know like regular ass people from Florida who just like don't speak up loudly enough from these times. Floridians are better than this. Y'all are wild, but y'all are better than this.
That's my people. I know. I know.
Yeah, Byron Donalds actually came out and condemned it. And he's defended Ron DeSantis before a lot, but he condemned it. And I saw Matt Walsh attacking him because he was using Kamala Harris talking points to condemn this, which is, I mean, fucking wild. But yeah, it's so Orwellian. And what frustrates me is that these are the people who say that anything that the left does is Orwellian. Like, this is textbook Orwell bullshit that you're
banning
doing.
The books. You're doing all the things. You're
banning the books. You're the one saying slavery is good. Go fuck yourselves. It's infuriating. Yeah, nobody should be outraged about this, as you said, Lance, unless they're a white supremacist. The person who I banned, who was getting a little bit triggered in the chat.
I used to see these kind of like argumentations, like maybe there was a benefit to slavery for slave stuff like that. You would only see that in Stormfront, in like, where they're doing weird revisionist history, trying to be like, well, did you know that it was black people who sold slaves to other white people and stuff? Like, you would only see that in white supremacist corners of the internet, and now it's becoming part of the fucking curriculum. It's becoming something that you're supposed to just like standardize. That's fucked up.
Like, we're trying to raise like apparently just a whole generation of white supremacists, and if we don't take action, it's going to get worse, So that's why, like, the education system in Florida is what he's going after, because he's planting these seeds now, hoping that they will grow into little white supremacist trees, and it's working. That's the horrifying part.
Not white supremacist trees. That's funny. But yes,
I don't like what they do with those trees.
Exactly what he's doing. He's planting these seeds.
Fair point.
Yeah. Also, I'm sorry. I have so much fun with y'all, but I do have to run. But thank
plug
you.
Plug your stuff first.
Yeah, please plug your stuff.
Oh yes. I do too many things. I do the Audio Face Music Podcast. I do Power Report, which is another fun show that is a group panel show on Thursdays. But I'm gonna move the times because we need to spread the love here. But anyways, all the links are at DanFromTheInternet. That's just DanFromTheInter.net. One of the smart things I did was getting that URL. But you can find me on all the places there: Twitter, Instagram, Threads, Blue Sky, YouTube, YouTube.com/DanFromTheInternet, and again, thank you all for having me. I've been fans of all of y'all's.
It's nice meeting you.
Likewise.
Yeah, it's great meeting you.
Twitter a lot, so it's really, and you're supportive on there. So really, really nice meeting you.
Yes, I had so much fun having you, Dan. You have to come back.
Yeah, you definitely.
Truly
yes.
awesome. Peace, y'all.
Bye.
See you.
Well, y'all know it's my time too. It's 10:34. What else y'all?
Yeah, we're about done anyways.
We actually left right at the time.
Yeah, I think it's the end of the show.
Yeah. Sorry guys, I got to peace out at the end of the show. Right? Yeah. Well, end of the show for most people. I'll probably be here for another 3 hours.
Oh God, we're not. These guys are doing 5-hour shows now. This is not.
Really be on here for
too much.
hours. I'm like, baby, I'm asleep.
Okay. The people, I feel, if the people pay, I feel like we got to give them what they want.
That's true. And that's the thing.
Gang.
Right.
Ice cream so good. Yum, yum.
But it's just, right, ice cream. But no, I gotta be up in the morning. See that's why I was late today. And I say this all the time on my own show. Once I am free where I can do it and I don't have to have a corporate job anymore, then I could, be on for another 30 minutes. But 3 hours, honey, that's y'all.
So go support Rebecca. That way she can do this all the time and stay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. What's your Patreon, Rebecca?
Well, the Patreon for our show, my show is patreon.com/like it or not, patreon.com/like it or not. If you would like to give to me directly, I use Cash App, and that's Becca's Voice, BECCASVOICE, Becca's Voice. So either way is fine.
I'll put the banner up on the screen right now. Let's get Rebecca full time. If you want more Rebecca, go support her.
Yeah.
And I'll leave Ole's up here as well because it's her birthday. So send her some birthday money.
Happy birthday.
Oh, yes. It's her 30th birthday. So talk to her.
Hell yeah.
30.
30.
Yeah. So shout out to Ole. Happy birthday, Mama.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll say goodbye because I know you guys are going to do the next 2 hours of
they're on for like 10 hours. My girlfriend was like, "Girl, I had the TV running."
These two are. I bow out about halfway through. So
that's crazy. Like you guys own it, and that's okay because like you said, with the support of the fans, and they love it. They love having you guys. You guys are very you guys talk to the fans, and they love that. I see that in the comment section, so that's good.
I hope so because at the end of the last stream, my brain and Matt's brain was mush. We were saying the opposite of what we meant. I don't know why people were still trying to engage with us.
And they were still there. And my girlfriend was like, "Girl, I had it on in the background," and she said she looked over and you guys were still talking. It was like 3 hours later. I was like, "Wait, what?" She was like, "Yes, girl." Yeah.
Oh wait, Ole said she noticed we were still on and she was about to report the channel.
This is against the TOS, I think so.
It's honestly psychotic because I would tune into Matt Binder's streams and then I'd come back hours later after cleaning and eating and I'm like, he's still going, and now I'm doing that same thing.
See?
And
it's a disease, and
it's
the Binder effect.
It's the Binder disease. That's what it is.
I can't help it. People want to. If I'm a sucker for the people are. From on my show, people call in via Skype, so they're calling in, and I'm like, "Oh, I just want more call," and then that call ends, and there's I see 20 new calls pop up, and I'm like, "Oh, I feel so bad. Let me take one more," and then it just spirals out of control, and before you know it, it's 2 a.m, and I'm not even making sense anymore, and then I really gotta go.
Yeah, no, I gotta be up and give these people where I'm enslaved over there. No, seriously, no, I got to be up in the morning and be at the job. And I like to, what I do in the morning, I have to be up early so I can at least get my run in. I run every morning, and that helps me get ready to be under corporate reign. So yeah, I love you guys, mean it. I hope that you guys enjoy the rest of your night, and I will see you guys next Thursday.
I love you too. You take care.
Good night.
Bye guys.
Bye everybody.
Oh,
Goodbye.
I should let you all know that I actually, Rebecca just reminded me, I will not be here next Thursday. Will be on vacation with a family event with my family, obviously.
Vacation.
So, I'll leave my
Nice.
stream information for my chat room live chat usuals to still be in the chat, so the video will be on there. But I will sadly not be.
Well, me and Mike will be taking all your super chats next week, so I am looking forward to it.
That's the enjoy, folks. Like I said, the video will the channel will still be streaming it, so feel free to not give them anything and continue.
Yeah, but we're not going to answer any of his questions, so you don't waste your time.
Yeah, I guarantee you know exactly what they're gonna do, David. It will be nonstop like Matt Bender super chats when he's gone.
Don't say that; you'll bring it into reality.
I know. I shouldn't.
I will say as well, if I bowed early, whenever that happens, last week when I did that, on Friday morning I did a live stream and I answered all the super chats I missed, even though you guys probably read them as well. But I'll do the same thing this time. So if I miss anything tomorrow morning or tomorrow sometime, because it may not be the morning tomorrow, but I will do a live stream and I will answer chats, all the ones that I missed. So there you go. Still support me. I'll answer you. Don't worry.
There you go.
All right. I guess I'm leading it. All right.
Let's do it. Yeah, let's
let me pull it up.
As usual, drop your super chats wherever channel you want. Feel free, and reminder that David's channel is youtube.com/MattBender. Mike's channel is youtube.com/MattBender. And
youtube.com/TheRationalNational. There you go.
All right, let's do it.
So we got dynamic editor earlier. Mike Thompson is this is me, Mike Thompson, with a $5 super chat. Says, "Thanks, guys. You're doing great." Thank you, Mike, for your support. Follow along, people.
That one is me, Psycho Farm with $5. I just pulled it up. I'm sorry. I wonder what the government is trying to distract us from with these hearings on aliens. Basically the fact that we are in an apocalyptic hellscape and we're boiling the ocean and just not doing shit about it. I think that's probably part of it.
Maybe the aliens will save us. That's what we should hope for.
Or you know what? If they put us out of
hope.
our misery quicker, I'm fine with that too.
I mean, that's also an option.
Quick death is better than a slow death. Sorry, not to be too grim.
The Synapsis with a super chat. Just in case I miss X chat due to work, I love that only the Twitter main page was rebranded. The about page is all about Twitter. Oh, the entirety of so much of that site. The search bar still says search Twitter. Also, I found this really funny. I took a screenshot. I could give me 1 second to pull it up. It was the brand page of Twitter is really funny. Because it says something like, where was it?
Mike just dropped out, by the way. I'm not sure what happened.
Oh,
he
whoa,
just
I
disappeared.
hope Mike's okay. The brand page of Twitter. You know what? I'll forget the screenshot. I'll just pull it up on here because it's.
You also got hosting ability. If you can share your screen or tap or whatever if you want.
Oh, did they take it down? I think they finally did take it down. Yeah, it's now not there. Interesting. But there was a oh, here we go. I found a PDF that still goes here. It's a brand guidelines for Twitter, and it says on page after like the header page and everything, on the first page with the details, the basics. Our logo is our most recognizable asset. That's why we love it, are protective of it, and ask you follow the rules when you use it. Talking about the Twitter logo, of course, the bluebird. Their most important asset. But guess not anymore.
It's at me, but this is not given to me. Did you get this? If not, I'll just read it. Okay, I guess for Mike. At David, thank you for reporting on Food Not Bombs. Yeah, that's right. I covered that earlier this week. They, in case you didn't follow that story, they were a group they have groups everywhere actually, but this particular group, they were getting what's it called? Fined or ticketed for feeding the homeless, and it's because they're feeding the homeless in front of City Hall, in front of the library, which was in front of City Hall. And my guess is because the mayor didn't want like the homeless problem that I guess he's not dealing with housing as one solution, but the homeless problem, he doesn't want that in front of the City Hall. So, but regardless, this group feeding the homeless, getting ticketed, and it's like thousands of dollars, and they're in the process of fighting it. So
this has happened a lot over the years. Like this isn't a one-time thing. The police are constantly targeting Food Not Bombs, and finding them for the crime of feeding people who need food. It's amazing, in a bad way.
Is this
not me? Not me. Is Mike's not saying
no?
Nothing? I hope
he's not. I'm not sure what's going on with him.
Oh boy, he just dropped out like he didn't
off
say
the grid.
Or he didn't look like He didn't look like something happened to him.
No, it just like cut out. I'm guessing his power went out or something, but I thought his phone would still work. It sent us something. I don't know.
Do you think
Hope
he was
he's
abducted?
Okay.
All this alien talk? You think?
The aliens. He said a little too much. That's what happened. I guess we could just read whatever for now.
Yeah.
Mike Thompson's for $5 says, when Musk was still with PayPal, they rejected his branding of X idea because it sounded too much like a porn site.
Yeah, that was actually, they did a focus group with people. It wasn't even like the board choosing that. They actually did focus groups, and people like potential customers and clients were against the name because they thought it was sounding like a porn site. To give you an idea of just how, on the... Oh my God, he's back.
It's back.
Mike, how'd you escape the aliens? You got abducted, right?
My entire shit crashed, and now I gotta fix my audio really quick.
Yeah, your mic. I think you have the wrong mic on.
Yeah.
You using Mac or PC?
Mac.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah, wrong mic too. Let me fix that.
There you go.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck happened. Like everything came crashing down, but we're back.
I think Mike just sent the super chat. We read it and answered already, but you can thank Mike yourself if you want.
Oh, thank you, Mike.
I believe it's yours.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'll pull.
What mics do you both use, actually? What microphones do you both use? I don't know why I just thought of it now when you were talking.
Sure,
about
SM7B.
Yes, it's the best in my opinion.
Wait, you just went mute. I can't hear you both anymore. Did I do something?
Yes, you did. You can't hear us still?
Can you hear me, David?
I can hear you.
God, that's weird.
Okay.
Okay, the aliens are really here.
What the fuck?
My AirPods just disconnected. Something's
it's
going
the
on.
aliens.
We've been targeted. What microphones do you guys use?
Sure, SM7B.
Okay. And you too, Mike? Same one?
Yes. It's the best one. I don't know if you heard that, but it's. I have the other really popular one, the RE20. This one is way better.
Right.
Yeah. I like how this sounds.
I have the one below it, the SM, what is it, MV7 or whatever it's called.
Is it like a USB and XLR one?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
They call it the SMB7's like little brother or something like that.
Nice.
All
I'm
right,
not sure who this is for.
Yeah, this one is for me, Marie Bishop with $2. Can I get a shout out for my 30th birthday tomorrow? Marie, happy dirty 30. You're so close to Olay with birthday. Happy birthday. Hope you have fun. Treat yourself to something. Do something special for yourself. Have a great day.
Kowalski with a $1.99 super chat says, I'm in team dark mode. The correct option. I agree. I prefer not being blinded in the middle of the night, or not middle of the night, really. It's more like in the morning if I check my phone and I decide to. I mean, I don't really go on Twitter in the morning anymore, really. So I guess it doesn't matter now.
That's true.
I can switch it back to white if I want. But no, it's still, if I ever decide to jump in there at a time when my eyes aren't ready, I prefer it to be in dark mode for sure. One of you.
Oh, this is obviously me. Archangel with a $10 super chat. $10! Matt, I love listening to you on the fun half of the Majority Report when Emma is hosting. You and Brandon have the funniest commentary, especially Brandon. His comment about slave plantations was amazing. I recall what you're talking about. I remember exactly what he said. I do recall it being funny. Yeah, we got to get both Emma and Brandon on
Yes.
this
Yes.
show.
They're both great. Yeah.
Maybe we get them both
Absolutely.
on at the same time. And maybe you guys can leave, and then we'll just
just do the majority report times 2 on the same day.
This one is from me, from Tyler Weichel. Thank you, Mike. I've been trying to explain to people how dark mode hurts my eyes because of my astigmatism, and everyone tries to tell me that dark mode is better for everyone. Glad I'm not alone. Yes, absolutely. For me, the white text absolutely hurts my eyes. And for those of you who don't know what astigmatism is when you look at like streetlights, for example, they're like starbursts. You can see like streaks in your vision, and so. I kind of get that in a sense with the white text, but it's not as bad. But it hurts my eyes if I stare at it too long. So yeah, I've got to have the white background with the black text always. It depends though. The dim mode on Twitter isn't as bad, where it's not completely pitch black, but that really like stark difference. It does hurt my eyes for sure.
For me, C. Dejinimer with a super chat. Elon should have called it Why, as in why am I still on this site? And then the classic Elon Musk laugh crying emoji.
I hate that he took that emoji because I like that emoji. I like to use the cry laugh a lot.
He didn't take that emoji. Fuck him. No, that's an emoji that exists apart from Elon Musk.
No, to me, the thing that killed that emoji wasn't Elon Musk. It was the tweet that said, when someone posts that emoji, they're madder than they've ever been before.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen that one? It's like one of those infamous tweets.
I can see that. That makes sense. Who's this for?
I think it's for Matt. No,
it's not. It's about me. Oh wait, it is for me. That's weird. Matt Claremont with a super chat. Beard is looking very neat and trim, and I hate it.
It is looking very neat. Everything's looking neat today.
I'm going to a wedding next week for a family member. So I thought, let me do everything now. So when I go next week, it'll have grown back into its disheveled, looking good form. So you all get the neat, ugly Matt Binder. So I look disheveled and better looking for my cousin.
Well, thank you. We
That's
appreciate
fair.
that.
You're correct. I don't look. The neat style does not fit me. I'm sorry. I know people think, oh Matt, you should just brush your hair, or no, it just doesn't. You don't want to see that. It's not a good look.
Mary Joe with a $25 super chat. See if my applause works. I feel like it wasn't. My soundboard's not working. Do you hear that?
Yes.
You do hear it. Okay. I had a weird audio thing when I connected earlier, but anyways, it's working. So Mary Jo, thank you very much. Says, was so pleased to see Dan will be on the show. He is so smart and funny. I've given up on TYT, but I'm glad they led me to finding all 5 of you, even Matt, after Emma started at the Majority Report.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
That's awesome.
Silver linings.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very cool. Oh, me as well. Sorry. A political idealist 199 super chat says Matt guzzles gas in NYC. Be better. Use transit.
That came up a couple of weeks ago because I said how I have a car in New York City. I mean, I live in an outer borough. I live in Queens. A lot of people in Queens have cars. I don't use it all the time. Most of the time I walk or take a subway. I mean, I rarely ever drive into Manhattan. That's for sure.
When I've been to New York City twice. I was very impressed by. I know this is apparently New Yorkers are not impressed by your transit or your subway, but I was very impressed by the fact that it goes everywhere. Because in Toronto, our subway does not go everywhere. We have 2 lines, and it's like one's a U shape, and the other goes right through it, and that's all you get. And I mean, there's above ground, there's streetcars and stuff. But subways are so convenient, and I find the subway system there to be, from coming from Toronto is it's wild, just the fact that it can go everywhere.
Oh, the New York City subway system is great when it comes to how expansive it is and how much it runs, like how regularly it runs. It just sucks because it's extremely out of date and it's extremely not well taken care of in terms of you just see how it's just not. I mean, the stations, sometimes I'm standing in a station and I'm like, oh my God, you know how satisfying it would be to get like a power washing machine and just spray down these walls? Like it looks so good. It feels so good.
No, that's fair. Actually, in Toronto, our stations are pretty clean. There's just not a lot of them. So we have like the opposite problem. Not for me.
I think this is
Wanda
Matt.
with a super chat. Just sending some love via super chat tonight. Thank you, Wanda. I appreciate it.
Oh, I love Wanda. This one is for me, Kate Travail. Why do you think trans people are targeted so much lately? I think that part of it is increased visibility. Whenever there is a marginalized community that kind of gets more representation in pop culture, in society, you're always going to see that blowback. That's part of it for sure. But the biggest part is that Republicans have chosen them as a target because people are ignorant and they're just learning about trans people. And so they're really exploiting that ignorance. So it's an easy political issue for them, at least for now. But once people wake up, then it won't be. Narrative Dude with $19.99. That's very generous. Thank you so much. Just got my adjuncts pay, so I'm sharing the joy. Thanks for being a regular part of my online existence. Well, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. You enjoy yourself. Hopefully you treat yourself to something good because you're just getting, your paycheck. So have fun. Thank you. I think
this is for me. Goblin Friend with a super chat. FMK. What
oh
is
my
FMK?
God. I'm just reading this.
What is FMK?
Fuck, marry, kill.
Oh, right. Fuck, marry, kill. Alien cheeks, Mitch's neckacy.
Wait, can you say that again, Matt?
But how is it said?
I just want to hear you say it again.
It's probably neckussy. I mean, it's supposed to be,
Neckussy.
I don't know. I'm just gonna say Mitch's neck and a sexy X logo. I mean, this is honestly really easy. I'm gonna.
This is really easy.
Yeah, at least in terms of one of them. The real question is which am I F or Ming, the alien cheeks or the sexy X logo? Because I'm not doing either with Mitch's neck. So that one we get rid of right off the bat. That's an easy one.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. That's fair.
I mean, I guess if it's I guess if it's a one-time deal, then I'll F the cheeks of the alien, and spending a lifetime with a logo can't be that bad.
I'd probably say the same. Yeah, I agree.
This is the best for Goblin Friend. Yeah, and I also second that, or third that, I should say. This one's for me. Ever Crisis Radio with $5. Thank you very much. I think the conversation around reparations in California and San Francisco can change the minds of 73% of white Americans who believe blacks don't deserve reparations. I'm not really sure, honestly. I think that there needs to be, I think that's important, but there needs to be a broader conversation at the national level and just education. Because a lot of people, like even when I talk about this on my channel, I've done a couple of videos on reparations, and people literally believe that reparations means that like regular white people give money to black people, when that's obviously not what that means. The government foots the bill for that. So there needs to be like a national conversation, just so that way all of the myths are kind of like dispelled. But on top of that, there needs to be people talking about this, and it needs to happen. Like we only see it once in a while during presidential campaigns. Like we saw this in 2020 because the media thought that was an easy way to attack Bernie Sanders, and he was bad on this issue, but so are other candidates too. But you know, we've done reparations before in the United States. We did it for the Japanese internment victims. It was signed by Ronald Reagan, believe it or not. So we absolutely can and should do it for Black Americans as well. I think that the San Francisco, I don't know much about the specifics, but if they do it right, then I think it can be an example. But really, there just needs to be an information campaign at the very, very least nationally, because people are very unknowledgeable about this particular subject. This one's for me. Kowalski, $1.99. Aliens landed in my cornfield. They're neoliberals. See, that's interesting to me because I always assumed that the aliens would be more paleocons. But to learn that they're neoliberals, I guess that's not super surprising. So thank you for that information. Try to get some pictures, Kowalski.
Yes, we need some real proof this time.
Yes.
Just want to point out this is the only show where you get a F marry kill that involves alien cheeks and Mitch McConnell's neck, and then a question about aliens in cornfields, and those two things are sandwiched. The bread to the reparations sandwich.
Yeah, reparations in the middle and two alien and Mitch McConnell discussions. It's quite remarkable. The level of variety we have on this show. It's impressive. Sam Bluestein says, can you talk about Sinead's passing and her contribution as a leftist? All this other stuff tonight is really triggering. I got to be honest, I'm not... my knowledge of her is her ripping up a photo of the Pope, and I don't know anything else. Like I'm not all that knowledgeable on Sinead O'Connor. I know she passed this week. I know she had influence. I'm not sure if either of you are well versed on Sinead O'Connor.
Yeah,
I just know.
I know. You know, she had that infamous moment on SNL, like you mentioned. I do know that the industry, both music industry and entertainment industry at large, shunned her. And actually took part in harassing her. Like the next week on SNL, Joe Pesci was hosting. And he, on the air, said if he was hosting that week, he would have smacked the shit out of her. And
I saw that clip today. Yeah, I saw that clip.
And then he ripped up a picture of her. What
a piece of shit.
And then even Madonna came out and criticized her at the time for doing it. And SNL on later... episodes and like mocked her in a sketch I should. I mean, she received a lot of shit for what she did, but then what made me feel good was not like good that it happened, but like made me feel that like, oh, she owned it, and she knew she knew what was gonna happen and was owning what happened. There was an interview going around with her where it must have been a number of years ago, but she was asked if that defined her career, that moment of ripping up the Pope picture. And she said, yes, in a beautiful fucking way. There was no doubt about who this bitch is. There was no more mistaking this woman for a pop star. But it was not derailing. People say, oh, you fucked up your career, but they're talking about the career they had in mind for me. I fucked up the house and Antigua that the record company dudes wanted to buy. I fucked up their career, not mine. It meant I had to make my living playing live, and I am born for live performance. I mean, that's badass.
Awesome.
I mean, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
This one is for me, from Adam Leoff, $4.99. Thank you so much, Adam. Okay, here's the truth. The human adrenal gland is a powerful aphrodisiac for the aliens. That's why they are here. Oh, okay. So I like that, mixing in a little bit of QAnon with the alien conspiracies. I could go for that. I like it.
It's for me. Jay Kaz with a super chat. What are all of your thoughts on Pinky Doll scabbing against the SAG protest and taking their spot? I'm sure y'all seen her video declaring this. I did see the video. I mean, I have no idea how true it is. I don't know if it was just her talking. I don't know if it was just her being invited to a red carpet event, because I've noticed that being that celebrities and actors and actresses are not, that's part of the strike. They can't promote films that would be affected by the strike. So a lot of these companies are holding red carpet events, but bringing in like non-union, non-actor entertainers. Like Disney for the Haunted Mansion red carpet brought out like the theme park staff who play Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse and Cruella de Vil and all that. And people have to remember that those, especially in that scenario, those theme park staff, it's part of their contract. They have to do that stuff. I don't think any SAG actor considers that scabbing. They're not doing something that takes their job. I don't think that's the same for Pinky Doll though. So if she's actually going out there and is gonna do more work than just, I don't know, meeting with people for the future. Who knows what's? But I mean, the video made her look really bad. And I'm someone who defended what she does because she's doing her thing and she's actually good at it. She looked really bad in that video. How she was talking about it, what she said, it was not a good thing. She did not come off good.
Yeah, if she's actually doing this, then fuck her. I was rooting for her. Liked that she was doing her thing, but scabbing is just not okay. I mean, show solidarity or go fuck yourself. That's where I'm at. So if she really does do that, then I'm canceling her personally.
Oh, and I should mention, someone in the chat mentioned this, and we should definitely mention this. Like, in term, I don't know if another question about the strike is going to come up, but A.24, the big, indie-esque film studio, the company behind like some of the like Hereditary and Midsommar. They are filming still because the studio itself accepted all all of SAG-AFTRA's demands. Like,
oh wow,
they straight up said, whatever you want, we agree, and they signed and everything. So SAG is allowing actors to work for them.
Good on
that
them.
just goes to show you, though, that if I mean, I know they're a big indie, but still compared to the studios, the major studios, still small indie. If an indie can go ahead and agree to these terms and still make movies, then certainly the big film studios could.
Yeah, that's a great point.
This is how it starts as well. Like one studio agrees, and then another one's like, "Shit, we should it usually starts small, and then there's like a cascading effect. Like I think this is Adam, what's his name? The Adam Ruins Everything guy. I forget his last name, but he was on Hassan's show. Yeah, he was on Hassan's show. He was talking about how this is what's going to happen. Like before this happened, he talked about how it's going to end, and that's how he discussed. Like it's going to be one small studio agreeing to it, and it's going to be another one, and then at some point, like the big ones are going to be on board. So it's good to see some progress there.
Yeah. I also did see, though, in bad news, when it comes to the writer's strike, I saw that I think at least the first one I saw, the first series is hiring scab writers. It's a soap opera, I think General Hospital or something like that. But they're hiring scab writers because they need to. They are running out of episodes that they have saved up. I mean, obviously not an excuse. I'm just explaining why they're doing it right now. But they are hiring scab writers, which is if you are doing work like that actually replaces a union job, you are a scab, and I hope you get blackballed from the industry.
Yeah, they should realize they're gonna have no work when this shit's over. Like that's yeah.
Oh, this is from me. Blex actually with a super chat. Sick and tired of UFOs that just so happen to look and move suspiciously like eye floaters. What are eye floaters?
Have you ever looked up at the sky when it's clear and blue, and you see all these little squiggly lines kind of floating around, and they'll switch positions?
Oh, right.
Yeah, that could be an eye floater. Also, you can see like a light in your eye that kind of stays there if you're getting a migraine or something like that. This is a good point. I haven't thought about that, Blex.
I mean, I'm just sick and tired of the UFO conversation because it's so clearly bullshit. It's like I can't believe we're giving this time. I can't believe Congress gave this time. Like clearly those guys are out of their mind or something's up with them. Like it's ridiculous.
Oh, be careful, Matt. You're gonna piss off some people who want to debate you.
I mean, it's just absolutely bullshit. It's just listen. If there was legitimate evidence out there or something, I'm all for the conversation around. I mean, I'm someone who actually says 100% there are aliens. Without I don't question whether aliens exist. I'm telling you they 100% exist. But are you saying the guy from Blink-182 is nuts? Someone in the chat said, no, I'm actually agreeing with Tom DeLonge. If his position is just aliens exist, like the song says.
His position to the aliens is, where are you?
Yeah. I mean, they have a song called Aliens Exist.
Oh, okay.
For Resto, who's this for?
Not me.
Probably me. One second, let me just double check. Oh my god, I lost it. Where is my? Yeah, it is for me. For Resto with the super chat, I'm interested to see what happens when Mitch McConnell is gone because I really don't see another 3D chess master in the Republican waiting room. I feel like his 3D chess mastering days are over.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be that. His last hurrah, so to speak, was during the Trump administration. He hasn't been very chess mastery under Biden. And clearly, I don't think he's gonna be able to pull his shtick off. I also think his power within the Trump's Republican Party it was dwindling, and it interestingly enough started dwindling after Trump left. I mean, I feel like the Mitch McConnell hate from the MAGA crowd actually really multiplied after Trump lost the election.
Mm-hmm. This one is for me, Kate Travell with $4.99. Thank you so much, Kate. Do you think the alien guys actually believe it, or are they lying to Congress on purpose? If I had to guess, I think that the David Grush guy in particular, I think he does believe it. I think he actually drank the Kool-Aid. I think you know what? I think that a lot of the UFO fanatics, I think that they do believe it, because it's one of those conspiracy theories that's very alluring, right? The thought that sophisticated beings visited Earth would change everything, right? So it's I want to believe in this. So it makes sense that people would want to believe in this. But I think he absolutely believes it. Yeah,
I mean, this guy was he admits he was told secondhand about this stuff. Like it's not like he saw the alien bodies. Like so. How about the guys that saw the alien bodies? Can we talk to those people?
Exactly.
Why are we talking to those people? So,
although for Grush, he did say something during the hearing that kind of slipped past me. He said that him and his wife have seen things, meaning that they've seen like UFOs. So it's like, okay, bro, you're seeing UFOs everywhere you fucking go. I mean,
everyone, Yeah.
Come on.
Okay. All right. That's enough of that. Dynamic editor, $5 says, why haven't you all addressed the Activision suing Anthony Fantano drama?
Oh, I saw.
Is Activision suing Anthony Fantano?
They're counter-suing him. Yeah, because they wanted to use the audio from, I think, one of his TikToks. And so he sued them, and now they're counter-suing him. That's like a very, very, Cliff Notes version. I don't know all of it, but yeah, I would actually...
They want to use the audio from his TikTok. For what? For what?
I believe for a project. I don't know what though. But yeah, we need to bring him on and talk about this because I want to know more. I didn't know that he was suing Activision first and foremost, but good on him because fuck Activision Blizzard. But yeah, I don't know more than that. So I'll have to look
wild.
Into this.
I didn't. Yeah, I got to look into this.
Thanks for bringing this up, Dynamic.
Bayphoto with the $4.99 super chat says, here's a quote about the octogenarians in power. Our constitution is 234 years old. Our leaders don't have to be.
Or just at the very least, if they're not dying, that's cool too. They stay there until they're literally just disintegrating. It's wild to me.
I mean, we've seen Feinstein, we've seen Mitch McConnell. They are disintegrating before our eyes. It's just it's wild.
Don't you want to retire? Fuck.
I know. Don't you want some time off? What the hell?
If I could retire right the fuck now, I would.
With the money those people have too, it's not like they're gonna retire and they're gonna be stuck at home. They can go traveling, do whatever the hell you want. But you want to be in Washington D.C. I've been there. It's not that nice. Go somewhere else.
What to make another 10 million to the 100 million you have? I genuinely don't understand it. If I could retire right now, I would retire. I just it's shocking.
I would. There are. You know how big my backlog is for gaming? I would retire right now. I got some games I got to finish.
Yes,
100%. I'd be done.
I'm against term limits, though. I think it would hurt the left more than anything. There's plenty of run-of-the-mill neoliberals, neocons, centrists, right-wingers who win elections. Imagine if AOC had to leave Congress in a few years because she was term limited out.
Mm-hmm.
Leftists.
I think that's fair.
Get in younger, and once we get someone in there, I also think they should stay in there as long as possible because the bench is not deep. I mean, think about the age of Ilhan Omar, Rashid Tlaib, Cori Bush, who else? Bowman. They're all fairly young. If they were out in a few terms, we'd lose them all.
It would, I think, sort of encourage this idea of like, you know, some big groups just sort of renting a person for like 6 years to get them, you know, or a few terms to get them in the position to have them get some cushy job afterwards. Like I agree with you. Like when it comes to term limits, I'm sort of I don't have like a defined position either way. But based on what you just brought up, yeah, I think it would hurt the left more.
Also, Bernie would have been gone decades ago. He would have been. There would have been no Senator Bernie Sanders running a presidential election. If he chose to run that year, it would have been some guy who was formerly a congressman who's been living on a farm in Vermont since who knows when, running for president. I don't think that would have had the same appeal to some people.
Yeah, intuitively it makes sense. But in practice, we're going to end up hurting ourselves. Also, I can't remember the authors, but there's a study on Latin American countries. And these are newer democracies, so keep that in mind. But when they introduced term limits or had term limits, it increased corruption, actually. So there is some negative things to it. Like it might not get all the corrupt people out. You just get new corrupt people in. Were you going to say something, David? I'm sorry.
I'm just curious. Did we actually read this super chat, or were we responding to the previous one about age? Yeah, because we were talking about this one still, I think.
Okay,
but it's on the same topic, but this is for one of you.
Yeah, this one is for me, I believe. Yeah. So narrator with $5. Thank you, narrator. Age limits would be mostly unnecessary with term limits. Very few freshmen, 60-year-old congresspersons. That is true.
We addressed it.
Yeah. This one is for me from C. Jinmir. Thank you for bringing up the internet stuff. I saw threads on Reddit about this, and we need to sound the alarm. Yes, thank you for caring, and thank you for sounding the alarm. And also thank you for sharing how you pronounce your name, because I have been butchering it for a very long time now. So I apologize for that.
Jinmir. Okay.
Jinmir, we got to remember that.
Mm-hmm.
I forget it every time. I've been corrected on how to pronounce it over and over again.
I'm so bad with it.
I don't know why it's so difficult for me.
Mm-hmm.
Narrator with a $5 super chat says 30% of Republicans say violins may be necessary to save the U.S. That's about 25 million people. Shout out to leftist, is that gun clubs?
Gun clubs. Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Violins.
This is a leftist gun club right here, let me tell you.
Hey.
I saved my gun club for thirst trap photos to get followers on threads. Who's this? Oh, this was for me. I'm not. When a message is redacted, is the super chat also redacted? I don't know, but the message is redacted. But Verna, thank you for the $10 super chat. There we go.
Narrator with a $10 super chat. The NRA supported Mumford Act gun control when the citizens legally used guns to defend themselves from an oppressive state because the citizens were Black Panthers. Yeah, we talked about this earlier, but this is a little bit more on the specifics here.
This one is from me, from Taylor W. with $5. This episode is fire. Thank you, Taylor. I'm glad that you are enjoying it. Yeah, we had a great guest tonight.
This was a good episode. I feel like it really, it felt like a really tight episode too, between, like everything segued, nothing, I don't think we went on too long for something or too short on something that needed more. It was the perfect length for each segment. It felt like.
I should mention briefly as well, since we didn't talk about this. We don't need to talk about this, but I should show it. Trump is indicted again.
Is he
This
actually?
happened like during the show. Yeah. Trump charged with seeking to delete security footage in documents case. Him and two other people deleted the security footage.
Is this from the last week warning that he got from Jack Smith?
It must be. Yeah.
Okay.
Prosecutors announced additional charges accusing President newly indicted aide. Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
Anyway, I don't want to go through
New high score, baby. 3. That's crazy.
All right. Narrator correcting their
Milford Act. Okay.
And then writes it again. Mulford.
Oh my God! Wow.
Make some more mistakes, more some typos.
Narrator, could you do me a favor? Could you send me a super chat that just says supercalifragilisticexpialidocious? And make sure you spell it right, okay?
That was really good, Matt. That rolled off your tongue. I don't know if I could do that.
That was really good.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Oh, I fucking just nailed it. God damn. I was not expecting that. Okay. Pat myself on the back.
Which one of you got this monster chat?
This one is for me. Wow.
Damn.
Narrative dude with the 49.99.
I'll even add the applause for this one.
Yes. Jesus Christ, thank you so much. You're going to be in good on that narrative, dude. Leftist Mafia, you are on fire tonight. If there is a best of, then this episode deserves representation. Wow, well, thank you so much. Yeah, that's the second comment now that says, good episode. I appreciate you saying that. You know, we don't really plan, so some episodes are good, some episodes are bad, some are organized, some are disorganized. So, yeah, it's good to know that you all are enjoying the episode.
Right. This is for me. Narrator with a $10 super chat. Reminder that the FBI conspired with the NYPD to murder Malcolm X in country. This story's been evolving over the last couple of years, and I don't hear enough about it. I have to look more into the latest, honestly.
Narrator did send it.
Oh, this is for me too. Jeez. Super chat from Miss Siren. Thank you so much, Miss Siren. Love Leftist Mafia and Truth of History. The hosts and guests are top of the line. You also cover current events, so thank you. Also, you toss in some fun moments. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I love these kinds of comments.
Thank you.
I feel like if we had a Leftist Mafia website, that'd be in like the review. That exact comment would be like the reviews.
One of you.
Oh my God, me as well. Narrator with a super chat. An obvious alias sent you a few Bindercoin emote options over Skype chat and threatened to ban me if I didn't super chat this to you. Oh wow. I will.
I guess this is the wait.
I will
is
check
this
them out.
This is the next one. So maybe it's this
Narrator
one.
with another super chat. LOL, she obviously didn't threaten to ban me. Sorry, I'm faded and have a bad sense of humor. Thank you, Narrator. I appreciate it. Mods, everyone threatened to ban Narrator every now and then.
And there is another one.
Jeez, is this one for me?
I
don't
know.
My
You
God,
check.
Narrator. My God. What do you do for a living, man?
I
Narrator
know.
with $20 super chat. I hope you're eating good. I hope this is like money you can throw away.
Yeah, because you said that you're drunk. Be careful, okay?
Yeah. The obvious response to what they think, or rather, what they say, CRT, it would be. Well, hold on. I don't think I'm reading this right. The obvious response to what they think, or rather, what they say, CRT, would be to highlight white abolitionists, but there is a reason they defend the institution of slavery instead.
Yeah, that's a really great point.
Snack Panther, $10 super chat. Thank you, Snack Panther. Says another great Thursday night show. Great to see Dan with the crew tonight. Yes, Dan was awesome.
Love Dan.
Great show tonight. Thank you.
This one is for me, Canethius, with a $15 super chat, giving you $15 for your support and your dedication to serious topics. Thank you so much. That means so much. Forgive me for the fart, clickbait, but I try to sprinkle in some fun and also keep them substantive. This one is for me, actually. Narrator, making it rain on all of us. Jesus Christ. Let's not forget they hate black people. Had whole cookbooks. Oh, 8. You do mean 8 black people had whole cookbooks and kept pickled body parts as souvenirs. The evil is unspeakable, but must be spoken loud and often. It's revolting. I can't speak to that, but yeah.
I gotta tell you, just to give you a hint at where I am tonight. I guess I'm officially entering the tire zone. When you said letting it rain on all of us, Jesus Christ, I immediately envisioned like one of the apostles like saying it to Jesus as if like he's pissed because it's raining, like, just letting it rain on all of us, Jesus Christ. I'm really like, I can't use your magic.
You
Stop
really
the
lost
clouds.
your mind tonight. Yeah. Who knows where you'll be by hour 5?
Yeah, right.
I don't think we'll go. Luckily, we're going through these pretty quickly, so it's going to be good tonight.
Radio-friendly box with a super chat. Yes, Florida is all about the 14 words mantra. Yeah, I mean, I can't. I mean, listen, I said a while ago that Florida on a national level, not saying this about local politics or statewide politics, but like when it comes to like a presidential race, for example, it's not a Swift 8. It's not. But I was not expecting it to end up as like the most right-wing state imaginable. Like it's pretty. The turn here is pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is for me too. For Resto with a super chat, Matt's AirPods are the MVP of his work-life balance. Yes, this has happened a few times now, where I stream for so long on my stream that what ends up forcing me to stop is that my AirPods go from 100% to 0% during the stream.
Oh my
and
God.
I can't take calls anymore because I can't hear them. So that's usually when the show is definitely over. I say my goodbyes and that's it. I've come up with a solution though. I have to buy a backup pair of AirPods.
Then you'll just never get off. That's crazy.
Yeah. This one is for me, Kate Travail with $1.99. Thank you, Kate. You've sent a couple. I really appreciate you. What are your thoughts on Vosh? Vosh bad.
I feel like that. I feel like that question is asking for trouble.
No, I've said this before. I like Vosh. His video about aliens came on my feed today because I was looking up alien videos for my video. And yeah, it was really cathartic to watch him complain about the alien hearings as well, because I felt the same way that he felt. But yeah, I like Vosh.
What I meant is the audience is constantly fighting in the chat about whether Vosh good or Vosh bad.
Really?
You know, I think, yeah. Whenever these questions come up, they immediately, whenever Vosh comes up, there is a sea of people saying, oh, get Vosh on Leftist Mafia, and a sea of people saying, like, I would never, you should look into this, and this of what Vosh has done.
I know.
I mean, I don't really, I don't know. I haven't seen anything, I'm not saying it's not out there, but I haven't seen anything that is 100% Vosh is done, canceled, get him out of here.
When I've seen shit, I've seen larger context, and it's like, oh, okay, this was taken out of context. Like that's largely what I've seen, and you know, I'm sure he said things that rub people the wrong way, or maybe were bad at some point. Like I don't know, but largely what he's put out, from what I've seen, has been with the intention to educate, and has done educating. And he may have disagreements with people that you disagree with on him on some issues or something, but largely what he does, I think, is positive. But that's my opinion.
I feel like it's for me lately, it's been Vosh comes up, or if Keffels comes up, then it's all hell's gonna break loose in the chat.
Oh, see, I didn't even
like
know
both
that.
of them. Yeah, I like both.
Yeah,
of them.
I didn't know that
Keffels
was controversial. Like when did this happen, and when did I miss it? I don't like to stay in the loop in these things. I don't, but even if I could, I wouldn't, just because I mean, you're going to have. We talk about politics, so we are inherently divisive, right? Sometimes, and if you talk a lot, especially if you stream, you're bound to say something at some point that's controversial, you know? So it's you can't just write somebody off based on something that they said. I mean, Keffels is the individual who shut down kiwi farms. That is no small task. So I'm not sure why she is controversial, but I still like. She
apparently became a little more edgy after the whole thing, but I haven't really followed, so I don't care. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Matt Claremont.
We don't keep tabs on each other, folks. So
no, it's impossible. Like that's a full-time job in itself.
Yeah. We didn't even know about the Illuminati drama when she was.
Yeah, we didn't even know about one of the hosts of this very show.
we didn't know. We didn't know who she even was. I still don't even really know who the hell she was.
Yeah, I don't know either. I have no idea.
If you go back and watch the election stream, you know, episode 0, me and David were like, oh, who's this? Because Lance was like, oh, Illuminati's going to come on. I'm like, who the hell is that? And David's like, oh, yeah, my chat likes her, but I don't know who this is. We literally did not know who that was. So we don't keep up on what the kids are saying about everyone. And you won't make us keep up on it, okay?
Matt Claremont. Matt Claremont.
It's for me. Matt Claremont with a $10 super chat. Rebecca Azor is coming through. You know she got a good story for you. Is that her? Is there a theme song, or are you just making that up? Is like that actually her thing?
It's good though.
It sounds like it's legit. I don't know.
Yeah.
If you guys ever get Ben and James on for a crossover, you have to play that song.
Oh, so it is. A song.
There you go, certified banger. I'm so like we said, we are out of the loop.
You guys, this kind of proves it too.
You guys watch all of this stuff, and that's awesome. I wish I could. I just can't. I don't know why. I wish I could.
Yeah, my attention span for political content lately has been very, very short. Like I try to watch all of like your guys' video. I have not even kept up with like David Dole, Kyle Kalinske. And if I jump onto like a Matt Bender stream, it's for like 5 seconds and then I'm out. It's hard. Like when we talk about politics, when you're done talking about it, you don't really want to engage with it further. At least I don't. And so like I'll tune into like gaming podcasts and stuff. I just don't.
Right.
This even goes to my personal life.
The only new streamer I make sure to listen to every single day, take time out of my day to listen to, and I watch the video and everything, is David Pakman. No, I'm just joking.
You know what's funny is I'm not gonna lie.
Anyone. I'm just joking.
I've enjoyed it. He interviewed Rosie O'Donnell. I was super interested in what the hell that was about, and it was interesting. I enjoy. He does some good interviews.
I watched his interview with Richard Dawkins. It was great. Yeah.
Actually, I do have a problem with him. He's accepted crypto sponsors. I think that's not good.
Has he really?
He has, yeah. Not lately, but he did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See,
I like him though.
One controversy.
I don't like that, but I like Pakman.
I like Pakman too. He's a really sweet guy. In fact, hey, speaking of David Pakman, look, I bought his book for my niece and my nephew.
God.
I wanted to read it before I give it to them.
Wait, what is that? He's got a book?
He has
It's a children's book. I also bought it. I got some questions about the art, but that could be a different conversation.
Oh, wait, what? What's going on here? Whoa, there's drama? Ooh, I said I don't like YouTube drama, but that's when I'm not on the stream and part of it. I want to know the good. I want to know the...
I don't want to make any accusations without knowing. But hey, I bought the book. I support you, Pakman. So I'm not raising any questions here. I'm just saying all the art looks different on every page. I don't think there was a person that did any of it.
Ooh, for real? Can I see some of this art? Wait, show me.
But I don't want to start something here. I don't fucking know.
That looks good. What's wrong with that?
The art is great, but it's all. Unless he has like all different illustrators.
Hold on. I see what you're saying. That's. Okay, yeah, that's. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate, but
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, I spent money. I got the book for my child as well. I was reading it. It's like, it's good leftist propaganda in the sense that it really it talks shit about Trump basically, and it's for kids. So, I'm very pro that. I got no issue with that.
You're gonna find out. We're gonna find out it's written by ChatGPT. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
We love David, though. That's the takeaway. Okay.
Yes. I enjoy his stuff. Narrator.
So for me. Narrator again. Oh my God, $10. Thank you so much, narrator. My goodness. RFK said the Democratic Party has moved away from him and his father and uncle. He's full of shit. During Senate hearing, DeSantis asked about RFK as VP. Does Biden beat a Trump/RFK ticket? I don't think that the VP is really going to make much of a difference in the end. People are going to be looking at Trump and Biden, and that's period. I think that the VP, people put a lot of weight on the VP, but I really don't think it's going to make that big of a difference personally. Yeah.
They're never going to pick. No. First of all, DeSantis is not going to be the nominee. Second of all,
right.
No Republican nominee is going to pick RFK as their running mate. Because listen, the issue that RFK most speaks to them to is the anti-vaxxer stuff, and no Republican is going to run on anti-vax stuff. DeSantis tried to, and immediately fucking fell flat on his face, and is trying to reconfigure his entire platform. What that interview was, that was still DeSantis in the old mode trying to appeal to his base, which he doesn't need to appeal to his little 15 to 20% because they're sticking with him, obviously. It's the other 80% or whatever who has no interest in DeSantis.
I'm assuming this is for
Yep.
Bender.
Adam Christopher with a
must be.
super chat. WWE questions. What match are you looking forward to at SummerSlam? And are you an LA Knight fan? Yeah. I like LA Knight. I'm not a huge fan of his. I respect any wrestler that gets over on their own and fights against management, not actually backstage, but like continuously gets over despite management trying to not have them be in the spotlight. So definitely respect LA Knight for that. But he's just not my type of character or a wrestler. What match am I looking forward to at SummerSlam? Honestly, Jey Uso and Roman Reigns. I really think it's a great storyline, the whole bloodline stuff. I've been really into it for a long time. I think it's the best thing going in wrestling right now, at least from a storyline perspective. So I'm looking forward to see where they take it.
This one's for me, Snack Panther with $2. Just say alien bussy again, Lamau. Alien bussy, alien titties. It just sounds so funny, right?
Alien titties.
Let's see
Didn't
them
even
aliens.
ask for that one.
A little bit of extra.
Oh,
Mike,
man.
you should do NPC content on TikTok, but just say alien bussy, alien, what the titties you said?
You said alien pussy, Matt. I heard that.
Did I? I must have mistakenly said it. Whoops.
I see what Matt has on his mind after these hearings.
Anyways, the prof says, "Why do the pro alien guys always look like aliens?"
Does anyone in New York remember if you watch like in the late maybe not late 90s, maybe late 90s, but definitely in like the early to late 2000s. If you were watching super late night network or broadcast television, and if you were up late enough for the infomercials to come on, there was a infomercial for a strip club in Long Island City called Gallagher's 3000. And it was the weirdest commercial because it involved aliens, like guys dressed up like aliens, landing and walking into the strip club and the strippers like grinding on the aliens. And then it cut to what I assume is the owner of the strip club, who would look directly into camera and say something like, Gallagher's 3000, it's absolutely out of this world or insane or something like while doing this crazy over-the-top cornball infomercial type thing. I don't know, it just reminded me of that. Again, it's 11:30. Does anyone remember that? Yeah, there you go.
I don't, but I love it.
Not in New York, so no, but sounds crazy. Brett Patterson says, "This is for your homo story too." Oh, thank you, Brett. Keep up the good work with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Brett.
Oh, it's for me. Kowalski is going to make me play the emoji game here. Let's see. Tractor, sleepy, medicine, or I don't know, ecstasy, Molly. What? What is that? I don't know what that other emoji is.
Someone going crazy, it looks like. I don't know.
Yeah, I think
I haven't seen that before.
The emoji after the pill is just like blank, like a cut off or something, right?
No.
I've never seen that one. Yeah,
Yeah, it's like a sideways, like a surprise face, and there's
or
like
is that a balding guy with hair at the sides of his head?
I've seen that before.
So basically, Kowalski was tired. He popped some pills, went a little bit crazy, and started a fire. Damn, Kowalski has some fun over there on the farm.
Soul Life says, "I have no option for sending gifted memberships, just super chat and stickers. If you can fix that, awesome." Does YouTube allow gifted memberships?
I think they were supposed to. I don't know if they rolled that out yet, though.
Okay, I have no control. I mean, if it can be there, it would be there. I'm definitely not stopping it from happening.
For sure, yeah.
It may be an American Canadian thing, and maybe it's not in Canada. Maybe it's in the U.S. So maybe that's why you have it for others. I'm not sure. But I'll look into that. But I can't imagine I'm the reason why it's not there. Katie Sheppy says, "For the cute Canadian way you say tomorrow." Thank you. I don't. Do I say it weird?
Yes,
tomorrow.
you do.
Tomorrow.
It is a little Canadian, yeah.
Tomorrow.
How do you say it? Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Oh, love ya. Tomorrow. It's the Canadian Annie. There you go.
David, I've never.
Wait, you say it. You say the word.
Tomorrow.
I gotta hear.
Tomorrow. That's the only really Canadian thing that you say. Like, say about.
That's so
David.
weird. Say what?
Say about.
About.
Oh, you don't say it like Lance does. Lance it's full on a boot.
Does he play it up?
I've never said on purpose.
About, like about, like that, about.
Yeah, because that's usually a tell. I think that the America First Canadian, when I was watching this video, he said a boot when he was talking. I'm like, wait, hang on a second. You're talking about America wanting to be authoritarian for Trump. Are you Canadian? And sure enough, he was Canadian. So that's usually a pretty big tell. But you hide it.
I don't hide. I just never said a boot. But tomorrow was one I didn't realize. Now I'm going to be very hyper aware of it.
Tomorrow.
And not that I'm going to change it. I don't care.
I almost want to say like a boot so people think I'm Canadian, so that way they don't think I'm American. Just because,
use that when you go traveling, outside the U.S.
That's actually really smart. Yeah, yeah. Oh, what is this all about here? I got my took.
I got my took.
Or is it a toque? Well, I forgot.
It's toque.
A toque. Okay.
All right. Oh, listen to me too. Black Flags and Roses, $4.99 super chat says, anyone familiar with Some More News? Progressive channel covers current issues. Cody Johnston hosts. They'll be great guests. Or
yes,
Warmble the Puppet. I don't know Warmble the Puppet. Some More News, yes, definitely does great work for sure.
I just ordered a Some More News T-shirt that I will be rocking on my show, and yeah, it has a picture of both of the hosts and Warmbo. Yeah, one of the best channels out there.
Damn, I gotta get some merch. Apparently, I'll at least get one shirt sale from Mike.
I'll buy a shirt.
Every single creator shirt imaginable. Damn,
it's the whole wardrobe.
Absolutely. This one is for me, Matthew Cox with $10. Thank you, Matthew. Man, this weather, I cannot believe the lack of concern. I'm in a red state with ridiculous heat records being broken on the daily, and people are just like, summer's always hot. It boggles the mind. I absolutely that resonates with me, because even when I was a kid, like there was some hot summers, sure, but never like 110 degrees. I mean, it was really wild to me, and I think a lot of Oregonians had the same wake-up call in 2021 when we had the 115 degree weather that like melted our fucking roads. It burned all of my mom's plants.
Oh my god!
It was ridiculous.
What is it over there right now? What is it? What's your?
It's 71 currently, so it's okay. But at least according to my watch. But Oregon used to be very like, we're a very rainy state. So summers, they get warm sometimes, but each year it's getting warmer. We're having more, hot days and whatnot. And just the difference between it.
Is it me or is it Mike?
No, it's Mike.
Oh, you were freezing for a second. Too. Okay, you're back now. It's all good. But I'm not sure he knows that.
Oh.
Mike, are you back?
Was I gone?
You were gone
you were freezing for at the end of that sentence, but
weird.
I think we got you though.
Okay.
Narrator. Is this
it's for me. Hot narrator with a $10 super chat. Hot labor summer, Cop City, a third of Republicans ready for violence. Global, and I'm guessing you meant violence and not violent. A third of Republicans ready for violence.
I was genuinely confused.
Yeah. Global and domestic rise of fascism, climate disasters, fire emoji. What is that?
Water?
Hot tea?
Soup?
Hot tea?
Everything is fine. Oh, yeah.
Boiling
hot water.
Right? The dog thing. That was the dog drinking the... Right, I get it.
Oh, it's not the boiling pot? Okay.
Yeah. You know the meme with the dog sitting there?
Okay.
Everything is fine. Nothing to see
I
here.
see. Yes.
Matt?
One of you. Must be Matt.
Snack Panther with a super chat. Have a great vacation, brother. Thank you. I appreciate it. You're not gonna miss out too much. There's not gonna be a whole week where you don't get me. I'm gonna do my own stream early next week before I leave, and then so I'm just gonna miss Thursday streams next week, and then the following week I'm gonna miss my own stream earlier in the week, but I'll be back for Majority Report and Leftist Mafia the following Thursday. So there's not going to be a full week where you don't get me streaming. It's just going to be, I'm not going to be on the usual shows.
This one is for me from Kowalski, 199. Matt, explain how a trolley problem works.
Oh, okay. So earlier on the Majority Report today, Kowalski called in to give Brandon a trolley problem question. And I don't know why Kowalski did this, but before he gave him the actual question, he started explaining what a trolley problem is, as if as if it's not something right wingers always refer to and use. So we made a whole joke about how next time Kowalski's going to actually need to understand the very concept of a trolley, what a trolley is. Does it need tracks even? So I guess he's referencing that.
Tim Wright, $5 super chat says, huge fan and fellow StreamYard streamer. Keep up the great work, boys. Thank you, Tim.
Hey, Tim. We'll have to check out your streams.
What are you?
Narrator with a $10 super chat. Do you know about the line in Saudi Arabia or the project for special economic zones? Tinfoil hat time. That is the capitalist answer to climate change, corporate libertarian monarchies. I don't actually. I'm not. That's an area. Foreign policy is not my strong, or international news like that is not my strong point. So I'm not familiar. I
could be wrong.
I'm looking it up now. Neom.
I think that the line I could be wrong, but I think it refers to this really big, long, basically human aquarium that they're building to shield everyone from the heat, and within it there's going to be it's like a giant mall kind of, and living spaces. I could be wrong. There's concepts of that. I'm not 100% sure if that's what they're referring to, but it's very it does give dystopian capitalist vibes if that's what they are. And
it looks like it's being led by the Saudis too. So there you go.
Mm-hmm. Is that what it is?
Yes, I think you're right.
It is.
They have the website neom.com. But it's a lot of corporate sort of inspo speak. They're not straight up just saying this is what it is. Oh, here we go. There's the FAQ. Neom is a region in the northwest of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Neom means new future, and with more than 2,800 staff from 86 countries already living and working here on site, it has already become a home for people who dream big and want to be part of building a new economic model for the country and the world. Very, very weird that they consider the people living there to be staff. That's how they referred them to. I think that's very bizarre.
This is so
tells you
Orwellian
everything you need to know. Yes.
Yeah, it's very scary.
It's 82 degrees here. I'm fine. I can keep going. I just need to refill my drink, otherwise I'm gonna pass out. I'll be right back. Keep going.
Get yourself some water.
Good. Tim Wright, $5 super chat says, long live Michael Brooks. 100%. If this is not for you, it should be for you.
I think this is for Matt, actually. I can read it.
It's directed towards you.
Mike
you might as well.
Mike looks like
he wants to read it. See.
Okay.
I guess we could wait for Bender.
Sure, that works.
I can see Bender laughing at that.
I can't tell what's in the thumbnail, or not thumbnail, I'm sorry, in the avatar. I can't tell what I'm looking at. Is that a doggy? It's either a dog or a butthole. I don't know what I'm looking at.
All right.
I think it's the back of a person's head.
I heard all of that without knowing what any of you were talking about because I kept my AirPods in.
What is?
Oh no! I think it's a poodle with the big ears, and it's its face is on something.
Oh, this is for me. Cold dog.
Yeah.
I thought it was something else.
No,
it's an adorable doggy now that I can see
caught.
it. But yeah.
There you go, Ben.
With the super chat. Mike looks like he belongs on with the hat and beard combo. Much love to all of you. Left is best. Beard's not long enough. It's not long enough. He used that ZZ Top-esque beard.
Mm-hmm. And I don't have any camo. I'm a gay man, so this is as close as it gets.
I'm actually right now. You're looking pretty. Actually, I didn't realize what the shirt and the actual hat design and color you are.
It's the shirt and the hat.
Yeah.
I can see it selling it a little bit.
What pants you wearing? Let's see. Stand up.
I'm wearing gym shorts. They're short. They're like hoochie daddy shorts. I can't stand up.
Oh, you're wearing short. Oh, you don't want to. Don't want to show the audience too much. I get it.
That's for the Threads thirst trap. Okay, T-Type, so $5 to anyone who's an H3 podcast member. Let's spam super chats at Ethan about how he should go on the Humanist Report during the next members only stream. That's so wonderful. I appreciate you saying that. I think it was in reference to last week. I said that would be my dream interview is to talk to Ethan Klein. Yeah, and it still would. I love Ethan Klein. Yeah,
Wait, you said your dream interview was Ethan Klein. Damn, we really shooting low there.
I mean,
he is pretty big.
He's pretty big online, but like, was the question specifically creators or anybody? Because I could
it was just anyone who you'd want to interview. And my rationale was I wanted to really pick his brain about like, and you said it was because he had kids, but like about this change from being like an enlightened centrist, anti-SJW to like firm leftist.
Damn, I get it. Listen, some people, if we're offered to interview anybody, anytime, anywhere, some of us would pick, Martin Luther King, Gandhi, but you pick Ethan Klein. I get it. Different strokes for different folks.
I think Mike's being realistic about who he could be.
Right. But thank you, T-Types.
I think
this one is for me as well. Okay, from Wolfheart1136, $2. Thank you so much, Wolfheart. What video game would you gift each other and why?
That's a good question.
Yeah, David and I are now officially friends on PlayStation Network. So when it's his birthday or Christmas time, I'd like to gift him something.
Can you gift games on PSN? I'm not sure you can.
I don't know. You can on Steam though.
On Steam you can, yeah.
Yeah. We'll have to add each other on Steam. Matt, are you on
What
Steam?
game would you gift me?
Mike, you froze again. Damn, that Oregon, the Oregon connection's not doing well tonight.
Yeah, it's really bad. I don't know what's going on tonight. If I had to gift a game to David, I would gift Bloodborne. I want you to try that. I think it'd be pretty good. Although it is free if you have PlayStation Plus.
I think, to be honest, I think I did try it, and it's a game where I need to be in the mind. Like it's a Souls-like, right?
It is, yeah. You do need to be in the mood to play it for sure. Yeah.
I don't know. I've never. Elden Ring is the only one of those I've ever enjoyed because it's open world and I could just like move on to something else. I don't need to stay in the same area.
That's fair.
But I don't. If I stuck with it, I could see myself maybe enjoying it. But
yeah. What would you gift me? I'm curious.
I don't know what you haven't played is the thing. You know what? Viewfinder just came out last week. It's an indie title. It's just so hard to explain, but basically it's a first person puzzle game, and you have a camera or you have photos and you can plant them in the world and then they become 3D and you actually walk into it and so you solve puzzles this way. It is so mind-bending and it's so wild. I actually platinumed it. It's like I just kept playing it. It's like a 4-hour game and you can platinum in like 5 hours, so I just kept doing it, and it's a fantastic game. Fantastic.
Have you played Superliminal? It sounds similar to that.
No, but I heard that come up in similar conversations with or in conversations about Viewfinder. So
if you go to my second channel, I streamed myself just playing the whole game from start to finish. It is very cool. It's a puzzle game based on perspective. And it's very, very cool. The ending is really neat too. I won't say anything about it, but highly, highly recommend if you like.
It's probably similar then to Viewfinder. But hey, $10 on Switch. I may check this out.
Yeah, it's very cheap too.
There we go. Sweet.
I'll gift you guys a game right now. What do you want? Fortnite, Fall Guys, PUBG? Pick one.
I've played all of those.
Yeah.
I don't think you followed why I said those games specifically. It's okay.
What?
They're
why?
All free.
They're online.
They're all free.
They're all
Fall
free.
Guys free?
Yeah.
It is now.
Fall Guys is free.
It used to not be. Yeah.
I think I got it when it wasn't free. That's why.
I was an OG Fall Guys player when it was $20 during the pandemic. I played the hell out of that game. And after I won a bunch and I was like, I feel like I accomplished everything, then I was just like one of those asshole trolls that would like stand on top of like, there's like, I don't remember the name of the obstacle course, but there's like this round part that you had to bounce on to get up.
Oh, you're one of those people.
I would stand in the middle, and when people would come out, grab them and push them off. It was very fun. But wrong. Yeah, it was fucked up.
Maybe you're the reason I didn't get first place with some of those times.
I only did that when I was drunk, and I would just like laugh hysterically. This one's for me. Venetia David with a $20 super sticker. Thank you so much, Venetia. It says, thanks for being you. It's a cute little pair with the mirror just in hearts. I love it. Really appreciate that. This one's also for me with a 40 rupees. Ole ignored Mike wishing her. Did he use a slur? What?
What?
She didn't. I feel like you're trolling, but no, she didn't. What? I told Ole happy birthday off and online, and yeah, she She acknowledges me. What are you saying?
Did he use a slur?
What? I'm very confused. Wait, you wished her happy birthday?
Maybe they're referring to Straggett. I haven't said that in a while.
Let's take a look. Did Mike give an actual? Did he say happy birthday? Let's see. It says right here. Happy birthday, Ole.
I absolutely did. I would
Everyone
not miss
go
that.
shower her with love, and then Ole responded, "Love you, Mike," and then you responded, "Love you." I don't. What's next?
Maybe Ole blocked Joshua. Joshua's not seeing it.
Oh, Joshua.
What'd you do, Joshua? Just chosen randomly says, when were you last on the TTC? That is the Toronto Transit. We have 4 lines. Okay. The other two are like kind of extensions of one of the lines, and they're not subways. They're like sort of above ground. They're called something else. The LRT. So it's not even the same thing. I've only ever used the 2 lines, to be fair, but from my understanding, the other 2 are not sublines. But Toronto is getting a new subway line that is much needed, but that'll be done in 20 years. So
I've got to change this background. It's driving me nuts.
New member for somebody?
Members? I got a new member earlier, and you didn't pull it up.
I know. I wasn't doing anything. It was a mistake. But P. Barnes, thank you for whoever that's for.
I got to thank my member then. Hold on.
Well, then I'll thank my members too. Donald James, thank you. Soul Life, thank you. I just figured it's like a waste of time. Just sit there and be like, hi.
Oh, you hear that, rational national members? You're a waste of time.
I'm saying there's nothing to respond to is what I mean. Obviously not a waste of time to thank people. But yes, thank you to members.
Thank you to my member, FTW all day. Thank you. I appreciate my members.
Thank you to Bethany Sell, one of my members for tonight. There was another one, but I will thank them at the end before we leave for sure. Katie Sheppy with $1.99. Thank you, Katie. I do auto light mode at sunrise, dark mode at sunset. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, that makes sense though. I could see why that would be
she goes
useful.
She's a vampire. She goes goth at night. She goes dark mode. Wait, it would be the reverse. No, I'm wrong. Pay no attention to me. It's 12 a.m.
I think we're nearing the end though.
Yeah, we're getting close. So Ron6751 with $5 Canadian. Thank you, Ron. I think the studios will win the strike since they have all the power. I really hope so. I really hope so. It seems
no, you
like
don't. No, you don't. You don't hope the studios will win.
Oh, no. I completely misinterpreted that.
It's almost 12 a.m. No one knows what's going on.
I misinterpreted that.
No, it's not 12 a.m. for Mike though. It's nice.
That's
it's
right.
Like what? It's
I'm
like
still tired. Okay. I mean, goddamn.
It's like 9 p.m. over there, right? Give me a break. You should be wide awake.
How long have we been streaming for? Okay, that
a few hours
drains me. No, I misinterpreted it, but I hope that the actors win and the studios lose. I feel like I made that clear, right?
I hope someone gives the shit out of it. I think the studios will win the strikes. Absolutely, 100%. Power to the studios. Let's go Disney Universal. It's Mike over there.
Big Bob Iger fan here. All right.
Ryan Lemon fan with a super chat. I think it's important to remember UFOs are a mainly U.S. phenomenon, clearly a play to get more funding every time it's mentioned. No, I think there's other places that have this same fascination with it.
To be fair, I've also heard of other governments like looking into their own UFOs and stuff. I'm sure. Look, there are things that we've seen them on video. There are things that fly. This is from the Air Force that they don't know what they are. It doesn't mean they're aliens, but they don't know what they are. Those things exist.
They're demons.
Raga Gap with a super chat. UPS tentative deal. Would you vote yes or no? Well, I'm not a UPS worker, so that's really up to them. I have no idea. What fits them, what they're happy with. I from what I've read, it seems like they are. Again, I don't know if they're completely happy with it, but it seems like they think it's a decent deal. It seems like they got I think like they doubled part-time workers' salaries, and I think UPS was pretty quick to offer them something decent. I don't. It's totally up to them, and I support whatever they decide because they know best. It's their livelihood. It's their union.
Ronnie Pearson, $9.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Sent a super sticker. It's like a face looking over here, and it's going, woo, like that. That's what it did.
So,
Thank you so much.
This isn't a super chat, but someone, Domini Arma, just chat in the chat says, "First Pinky Doll now, Mike." Mike's gonna
What'd you
upload a
say?
video of him and like going like, "I'm going to Hollywood," like she did. I'm going to Hollywood.
Mike's going to Hollywood. That's right. He's gonna enjoy himself there. Kowalski says, "They live. Aliens are among us. Neoliberal aliens."
Oh, he's talking about the movie They Live. That's a great movie. It's one of my favorites.
I gotta watch that. I have heard good things.
You
Is this a
absolutely
new movie?
need to watch. No, Roddy Piper's been dead since like 2016 or something.
Oh,
88.
It's a
Oh, wow.
fantastic movie. It's like it's a cult classic. It's iconic. You've definitely seen people refer to it. The famous Roddy Piper line where he is holding a shotgun and walks into the store and he says, "I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm fresh out of bubblegum." It's a
okay. I have heard that.
Yes, I've heard that.
The sunglasses, put on the sunglasses. When he wears the sunglasses, he sees that there are aliens who live among the people. It's a fantastic movie. Absolutely.
Oh, you know what? I might have actually seen this, or at least parts of it, because yeah, that absolutely rings a bell. Interesting. Okay,
and it has one of the longest fight scenes. It has one of the longest fight scenes in cinema in it. It's insane how long this fight scene is. It's just a one-on-one, like alleyway brawl between Roddy Piper and his the supporting actor in that movie. I forget the other guy's name, and it goes on for so long, but it's also amazing.
Interesting. T-Types with $5. They used Anthony Fantano's popular TikTok "Too Many Slices" as audio in a Crash Bandicoot ad, without asking him or paying him anything. Interesting.
Wow, that is straight up just stealing his shit to profit, like to sell something.
Yeah, and
of course he should sue
him.
What are they going to countersue on?
They're suing him. I think they're going to.
No, I think he's. Wait, they're suing him for what?
He's suing them.
No,
but
they're suing
he's not.
him. I mean, I don't know if he's also suing them, but activist.
I thought they were countersuing.
No, they're suing him. He threatened because he asked for. It seems like he asked for money, and so they're suing him, saying that
over
he's
his
asking
ask.
for an extortionate amount of money to avoid being sued for using the audio, which it says TikTok. It says TikTok. They might get away with it. They're claiming TikTok's terms of service permits it. A lot of these companies have terms of service that might allow others to use your content. It depends, I guess, maybe how this was used.
That's crazy.
Well, I'm Team Fantano, obviously. I hope he wins. Love and solidarity with Fantano.
He asked for 6 figures. Probably like a F you pay me amount, and they're claiming that TikTok's terms of service indicate that users grant third parties the right to modify, adapt, reproduce, or make derivative works of their uploaded videos. And Activision
don't put original shit on TikTok then. Jesus.
Activision said they pulled Fantano's audio from a listing of sounds that TikTok marked as cleared for commercial use.
Wow.
That's
I don't know how this is gonna go. Yeah, it could go either way.
The Prof says, "I have no doubt that the OG Unsolved Mysteries show created the root of alien hysteria." I definitely remember watching that show and enjoying
the
it.
OG Unsolved Mysteries show, but I also viewed it strictly as entertainment and not that it was real. I mean, obviously they had cases that were much more that were real because they were actual cases in reality where like missing persons and stuff. But the alien stuff was clearly, I mean, they definitely blurred the line between the two, which is, I guess you're right. It definitely adds to the problem, even though I enjoyed it.
Narrator with a $2 super chat. This is unless it's for both of us.
Oh,
but this is to me.
No,
and it says, but it says
this
Matt.
is for me too.
Oh wait, no. Maybe it's for all of us because this one's not for me. This one says Matt. This one's not for me.
Okay,
This is for you.
Matt,
I have the next one.
Califragilisticexpialidocious. I fucked it up that time, but earlier I got it. Go back and watch.
I know I got this one. Is it spelled the same? I'm not sure. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I think I said it right. I'm not sure if it's spelled right though.
Can't believe you guys had a problem with this. It's not that hard of a. It's hard to spell.
I said it good the first time. Don't
You
diminish
did.
I
my
said it fine.
beautiful enunciation.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, even though the sound of it is often quite atrocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Anyways,
I was hoping
George
to look up
Irrit.
after talking shit.
George Irrit says, any thoughts on Barbenheimer if you did it? I've seen Oppenheimer. I've not seen Barbie though. I do plan at some point to see Barbie. Maybe not in theaters, but I'll see it. I enjoyed Oppenheimer, even though it has its, there are aspects of it that I think clearly they just didn't care to really get too deep on. But overall, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it as a film, and I was actually surprised it didn't feel like 3 hours to me. I was expecting. I hate long movies, so I'm thinking, okay, I'm gonna have to go to the washroom at least twice. Like, I didn't actually have to get up once. I was careful.
Wow.
I only drank water, had popcorn and water. Didn't drink any soda. I think soda makes me go more probably. But yeah, and those 3 hours felt more like 2 hours to me. So I don't know. I enjoyed it overall.
I've not seen either yet. I've not seen either yet.
Yeah, same. I'll wait until they're available for streaming.
I'll probably end up seeing Barbie in the movie theaters with my kids. Oppenheimer, I would like to see it in the IMAX, but it's sold out everywhere, so I'll probably end up just waiting.
I saw Oppenheimer in a theater where you can the seats are reclining. Like it wasn't IMAX, but I didn't. It was fine. I didn't care. But the seats reclining were like the selling feature for me. They were nice seats. They were. I hadn't been in a theater like that before. It was just all the seats could recline, and they were like proper large seats. And that's now the only way I want to see movies. I may just only go to those theaters.
David planned ahead. He said, "Oh man, when that atomic bomb drops on the Japanese people, I want to be relaxing."
To be clear, it was actually my friend's 40th birthday, and he's a huge movie buff, so he wanted to see it, and I saw it with him. But because that was the first time I'd been in the theater since before the pandemic, so it had been a long time since I'd been in a movie theater. But now that I know those places exist,
being that it came up, I do want to bring up how weird the whole discourse that has come out of that movie. Like, there are people who are now legitimately defending the U.S. dropping the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yeah,
and
that's
it's not
wild.
now. They've obviously always felt this way.
It's weird to me because the movie doesn't even, in my opinion, it does not give that message at all. I mean, I guess it could have been a little more heavy-handed in saying that this was bad, but it did. But I think it gave enough to kind of give you the feeling that, hey, this is probably not a good thing. So it's weird to me that people are coming out of that movie not thinking that. So I don't know. That is bizarre to me.
That's super bizarre.
Jimbo Slice, this is free, says, can y'all please get Jimmy Snow from the Line network of call-in shows on YouTube as a guest? Katie Montgomery is a regular host there too. I don't know Jimmy Snow. Katie Montgomery we had on our podcast a few weeks ago. She's fantastic. But we'll look into him. There are so many guests.
I've never heard of
we gotta have on
Jimmy Snow.
Zero PE says y'all need to have a cornbread tuber on FD or Lil Bill to possibly explain why Vosh and Keffels are problematic. I don't want to bring people on for let's talk about YouTube drama now. I don't.
Yeah, why would we drama bait like that?
I'd be happy to have all those people on the show to talk about other stuff.
Yeah, talk about whatever, but not to bring people on to be like, now let's talk shit about this person. I don't that's just juvenile shit to me. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about drama.
What happened there? Here we go. No, this is also me. And this is my last one, so I may just peace out since
Is
the
it
rest
really
of
your last one? I got a whole bunch more. Are you sure of that?
Yeah, the rest of you got a whole bunch more. I'm not sure what's going on here. The rest of you got a whole bunch more.
You know what? I think they know you're not going to stick around, so they're like, "Fuck it."
I said I would do it. I said I'd finish them all tomorrow.
Here's the thing: we're worth it.
I said I would do a live stream tomorrow.
Doesn't think we're worth. Give him the money.
You two aren't. The super chatters are, which is why I would do a separate stream tomorrow. But you two are definitely not worth it. Rolando, I don't want to screw up the last name, so I'm not even going to try. But thank you, Rolando, for the $20 super chat. Says James Gunn and DC Studios hired the wrong David for the next Superman. A Canadian Clark Kent would be a fresh take for the series. And Stephen Miller would make the ideal Lex Luthor. He is already an actual morbid sociopath. I mean, if you're trying to imply that I would be Superman, I can't act. But it's weird.
Rolando Capelleja. I'm gonna go with that.
That's what I probably. Yeah, that's what I would think.
I respect you enough to fuck up your name, buddy. Unlike David, who won't even.
I respect you enough to not fuck up your name. For $20, I don't want to fuck up that name. But I feel like Superman is the one superhero that I don't really care about, because it's just he's the Man of Steel. Like, it's too much. I like my superheroes to have more flaws that aren't just kryptonite. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not never been a big Superman fan either. He's just it's
a boring superhero.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
I'm out of here. If more super chats come when I'm gone, I will take them tomorrow. I will do a live stream and I will take your super chats. But if not, forget about it. No live stream.
David's going to log on tomorrow and see he's got to set up a whole live stream for a single $2 super chat.
That would be wild. And in that case, maybe I won't. No, I will. I don't care. I'll just do something else. It won't be in the morning because I got stuff to do in the morning. But sometime tomorrow, 100%. So thank you all. Have a good night.
Take care, dude. See you.
Take care.
I'll see you a week after next.
Yeah, see you in 2 weeks. And Mike, see you next week.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
see ya.
All right, and then there were two.
There we go. We both did it at the same time.
Let's go back. Yeah, let's go back. That was a little bit too close. I don't know why it looks so weird. You want to do the honors of bringing up the super chats, or
sure? This one's for you.
Narrator with a $10 super chat. Like who you like, don't like who you don't, but don't complain about leftists not calling out other leftists or quote-unquote leftists while complaining TYT is concentrating too much on disagreements with the left. Yeah, that's a good point.
This one's for me. Taylor W with $2. Thank you, Taylor. Telltale Owen on please. He's a QQ or no, that's a emoji face anti-cult YouTuber. Okay, I'll have to look into him. I have not heard of Telltale Owen, but I'm also really interested in like cult stuff lately. Not like that I want to join them, but like people who get out of them, like QAnon and stuff. That is interesting. So yeah, thanks for the recommendation.
I've been really the cults lately. I'm looking into
yeah. The way that as soon as that came out, I'm like, gotta rephrase that one.
If any of you have a cult to recommend me join, please send over.
This one is. I think this
me.
one.
Oh no, it's not for me. It's for you.
Oh, this one's for me. 0PE with $4.99. Thank you, 0PE. When more than one leftist black streamer points out supposed leftist racism, I think it's important not to be dismissive of that. Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm talking about. I listen. I think in terms of like the streamers who have fucked up and done stuff, like what we say when we're saying like we haven't seen anything for them to be like canceled as if they became a right winger or something, like a Jimmy Dore or something like that. Like, do these guys mess up? Sure. Are they sorry when they mess up? Sometimes, sometimes not, and that's where you call them out again. But I haven't seen anything from any of the people we've been discussed that is like permanently cancelable. Maybe you have, and I don't know what else to say. Let us know about that.
Yeah, and let me just say that I think that it's perfectly reasonable to have criticisms of other leftist content creators and to try to hold them accountable and make them do better. The difference with us is we just don't want to we're not trying to turn it into like a drama thing. You know what I mean? Like, I think that it's like, if we say something that you disagree with, you should confront us about that and hold us accountable, as everyone did with the Illuminati situation. But I don't want that to be turned into drama, because then that detracts from the education of the entire thing, as was the case with like the Anna Kasparian stuff, right? Like I feel like it kind of like detracted from. Well, I don't want to rehash that. I feel like they were kind of closed off, but you know,
let's be straight up. Like if they say something stupid on the stream while covering something, then without a doubt call them out. But I don't think that's the end of them. If they are, for example, like, you know, all of a sudden making a turn and sending harassment or straight up racism towards a specific creator or something, or sexism or something, then that's a little bit different. And I don't know if I've seen that from any of them. I don't think I have.
Yeah. I mean, allow people to make mistakes, call them out, but yeah, we hopefully you all can understand. We don't want to like go out of our way to you know, shit on other leftists. I just feel like that is not something that we want to do. You know, we'd rather correct people than cancel, you know, completely. Not that you're saying that you want to cancel them, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I just want to build bridges and not burn them. And so if there's an area of opportunity, then you should certainly address that. But it's not on us to, you know, attack other people and go around and, you know, try to police other lefties for things that they do that are bad. That's just not our position. You know, we're in this space and we fuck up too. So, you know, it's, yeah. This was the next one from 0PE.
0PE with a super chat. I love what y'all do and look forward to watching y'all continue to grow. I hope y'all have more great guests like Dan on. Absolutely. Dan is fantastic.
I love Dan.
I would like Dan to be, you know, there's great guests who come on to talk about specific issues, and then there are great guests like Dan and RM Brown who we know we can have come on and talk about just anything current events. Like they don't have a specific
just really fun,
specialty, or they're not an expert in one specific area. They're just like a well-rounded, and those discussions are fun, just like the discussions with the people who are experts in a specific topic. It's all dependent on what the episode is going to be about, really.
Absolutely agree with that. This one is for you.
With a super chat, you should check out Pine Tree Power in Maine. They are trying to make a local consumer-owned utility. Interesting. I'm going to check that out.
This one is for you, I think.
Oh, it's going fast here. Transgo420 with a 420 super chat. Very clever. Vosh and Keffels are sponsored by crypto. No way.
Is that true? I don't think so.
All right, go to the next super chat.
Okay.
I gotta look into that. I have no idea.
I haven't seen that. I hope not.
Meow Nyan with a super chat. Did you like this year's Blood and Guts? Nice to see Ibushi run into the ring, but the Extreme Wrestling kind of turns me off. I did not see it yet. I'm a fan of like how ECW did it. I'm not a fan of deathmatch wrestling, but for some reason ECW did like hardcore wrestling perfectly in my estimation. Did they sometimes have a deathmatch type match? Yes, but I don't know, the way they did it always I preferred. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of deathmatch wrestling in general. I think it's too much. But at least, you know, with AEW they're getting paid good. The worst is when you see indies doing deathmatch wrestling and people like going through like tube lighting for like you know, $40-50 at the end of the day. Although I actually have also heard from indie wrestlers that it's much safer for them to do deathmatch wrestling than it is for them to do like just a match, because deathmatch wrestling is just like going through tables and stuff, whereas the matches is where they could actually like get seriously injured, like break their neck and stuff. So I don't know. I don't like the visuals of it.
We have an update for you from
Transgo 420. I made that up. I'm so sorry. You had me for a second. I was like, both Vosh and Keffels. I was thinking, like, first of all, what crypto company targeted the both of them as potential ambassadors?
Yeah. Y'all are trying to get us in trouble. Okay, sorry. Next one for you.
Mark with a super chat. 3 friends and I saw a UFO in 2011, not claiming alien. I just can't explain what I saw. Next day, article claimed military testing. What I saw defied the physics of a man-made aircraft. I don't know, man. We all see all sorts of different things sometimes. I mean, maybe you could have also seen something they were testing out and it just looked weird. A lot of times your eyes play tricks on you. Illusions based on what time of the day it is, the lighting, how the sky is, where you're standing from, the angle. There's a lot of things that come into play. Or maybe you just saw a UFO. Who knows?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, for the longest time, I thought that I saw a UFO when I was 8 years old, because when we were driving by like I think it was, I don't know, like a Shell gas station, the reflection of the light had hit the car a certain way, and it kind of looked like a UFO had like swooped in, and I like even ducked. And then eventually, like when I got older, I kept thinking about that. I'm like, wait, that was probably just the reflection of the light. But I was really convinced just because of, how quick it happened. And, our brains try to attach patterns to things, right? Which is why if you see like some clothes on the floor when it's dark, you'll think, oh my God, it looks like a face, because your mind is constantly trying to put patterns to things that we see, because that's how we view the world. So the UFOs are probably another thing where it's like, if that's something in your mind, if it's in pop culture, you try to look for patterns or look for things that aren't there just automatically. But yeah, we've all seen things we can't explain, though, for sure. Next one from Wolfheart1136 with $5. Thank you, Wolfheart. Second super chat of the night. Really appreciate it. Mike, the opening song to Dystopian Times is a certified banger. I absolutely agree. I cooked up one for season 2 that I never ended up doing, and it's a remix with chiptune, and it's really, really good. But yeah, Tony Tig crushed it on the vocals.
I think this is for me. Spin Me a Sailcloth says 1767 homespun movement, America 1918 Swadeshi movement, India synthetic fabrics use petroleum, one of the top polluters in the textile production. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. This one's for you.
This one's for me. Naderville with a super chat. 1v1 for your life. What game are you playing? Oh my God. 1v1 for my life? Oh boy. Jeez. I don't know. I don't play a lot of 1v1 games. WWF No Mercy for Nintendo 64. Spin Me a Sailcloth with a super chat. Did you know Magic and Machine share the same Proto-Indo-European root word, Meg? I'm lost here. Spin Me a Sailcloth. What are you referring to?
Spin Me a Sailcloth. It is very late for that kind of a super chat for our brains.
What's going on? All right, next. I appreciate the super chat.
Thank you to Space Karen for becoming a member. Also, this one from me, from Lizzie Bennett with $5. Thank you, Lizzie. Dang you, dang Mike. You want the studios to win? What's next? Why I left the left video? You suck at grifting. I know, God. That could be clipped and it would be so incriminating. Got another one from Pinkerbell with $2 here. Thank you, Pinkerbell. No scabbing, Mike. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I'll like say the opposite of what I mean, or I'll read something and think the opposite of what it is actually saying. I'm not sure why, but I'm glad that, fellas here caught me, because I would have just went on and on about, it'd be great if they won for a while.
You're getting super chats for mistakenly saying you were going to be a scab? Damn, you know what? Go Studios!
This one's for you.
Call Addict BG. Wait, what's BGN? Is that a what currency is that?
BGN.
I've never seen that before. Bulgarian Lev. Wow, that's a new one. I've never seen that one before. Thank you so much, Call Addict. Wow, that's a lot. One Bulgarian Lev is $3,000. Wow, no, I'm joking.
Say what?
They Live has this very cringe message that all the societal problems are caused by a secret cabal that appears like the rest of us. Yeah, I've heard people point that out. John Carpenter has come out and refuted that over and over and over again. He hates that. He's completely. I mean, you can tell what the real messaging of that movie was and how fascists have tried to repurpose it. It's clearly not. I mean, literally, one of the heroes in the movie is a black guy. Very clearly isn't supposed to be that message.
Oh, this one's for you.
Foresto Mintero with the super chat. If the lawsuit succeeds, then anything any large company has ever posted on TikTok immediately becomes fair use for anyone. They're so short-sighted. It's an interesting point. Although it seems like there might have been some error on TikTok side or maybe Anthony's side where they mistakenly labeled it. If Activision's description of events is accurate, where they labeled it commercial, we'll see. There's a lot of details here that we need to know for sure.
I think this is you.
The Matt Mercy says Google Vosh, Poppy, sexual harassment, and Professor Flowers. All right, I'll look into this and see what we gotta. Sure, I'll definitely look into it. I'm making a note now.
Narrator. Oh, this is for you.
I will say one of the first things that come up is from Bad and Pinata, and he doesn't usually.
That's a red flag.
Yeah. Act in good faith.
Yeah.
Apparently, I'm not going to go into this now, but there's a between if this is the details are correct. But it seems like this has been hashed over many years ago. All right. Narrator with a $20 super chat. You got to be really out of touch to think the majority opinion on the dropping of bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki isn't that it was justified or that we didn't know how bad it would be. That's the U.S. indoctrination system. I'm confused as to, are you calling me out or I'm confused? I can't read I can't read this correctly. Can you distill this for me, Mike?
Oh, I was not paying attention. Oh my God, we're to that point in the stream where my eyes are glossing over and I'm tired. You gotta be really out of touch to think the majority opinion on the dropping of bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki isn't that it was justified or that we didn't know how bad it would be. So I think I get what they're saying, and they're not calling you out. I can't honestly interpret it. It's too bro, I'm fucking
sorry. Now it's a $20 super chat. Look, you gotta be really out of touch to think the majority opinion on the dropping of bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki isn't that it was justified or that we didn't know how bad it would be. I can't follow. I can't follow.
It's like I'm reading fucking hieroglyphics. This is very difficult for me.
Like I feel like there's maybe two. I feel like the sentence is not constructed in the best way because it could be read multiple ways. That's
right.
Sorry, narrator.
Yeah. I cannot decipher that. I'm sorry. This one is
Someone said read the super chats when they happen. That would be so bad for them. Let me tell you, it would actually. Imagine if while we were in the middle of a segment, stopping and talking or referring to things that had nothing to. We can't. It's the best to keep it at the end.
Yeah, it would disrupt the entire show.
We're joking about being tired for that. That was I don't think that was a decipherable sentence.
Oh, I'm not joking. I'm actually really tired. This one is for me though, from narrator, $5. Thank you, narrator. I was in the Navy and sailors were regularly banned from going to Nagasaki Memorial because they would disgracefully take joke selfies and such. Why am I not surprised? That's despicable. Next one.
The Prof with a super chat. I want to get back into watching wrestling. Honestly, the last time I truly followed any wrestling was in the mid-2010s. Any advice? Tune into SummerSlam. I think that'd be a good way to get into it. It's the event of the year. We got a bunch of storylines, and WWE likes to show long video packages that run down how we got to this match beforehand. And if you got Peacock, which is only $5 a month, you get the event for free. Is this for me?
No, this is.
No, it's not.
Oh, this is for David then.
Damn. David's got to come back on tomorrow and do this whole stream just for this one super chat. DeLeo Pardixel's Wondrous Musings. USA and Germany are epicenters for UFO and alien pseudoscience reports, both products of Eurocentric, technocentric views from Nazis and U.S. nativism. I'm sure that's part of it. Absolutely, that sounds actually really well said. But I'm sure there are UFO reports in other places.
Okay, this one is from me, just chosen randomly with $5 Canadian. They Live took minor inspiration. By the way, thank you. They Live took minor inspiration from the 1960s Marxist critical theory book Society of the Spectacle, turned it into a horror movie. Okay, I'm really interested to watch the They Live movie because I feel like I've seen it, or at least seen parts of it.
It's a great movie.
Yeah, I'm down. 80s movies are good. 80s action movies are always fun to watch.
Jonathan S. with a super chat. You guys feeling the upcoming Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie? I think it looks really good. I'll be taking my kids to see it. It looks really good for like a family movie.
Is that the comic book type?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember seeing something about this a while ago, but it's a little bit hazy. Yeah, I remember thinking it was good. I have to rewatch it though because I can't remember it.
Let me read Matt Mercy's comment here. He says, so because Bad and Pinata made a video on it, it isn't real? That's bullshit, Matt. No, I'm not saying it isn't real. That's why I went to a different source and started reading through the allegations. Just went, the video is suspect. I wouldn't trust his telling of events, especially on YouTube drama. I mean, I'm sure if it was a distillation of some event in Latin and South America history, it would be legit. But I'm certainly not going to listen to him when it comes to leftist online issues.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, like, if you have a problem with the creator, then you can choose not to watch them. I just don't know what you want us to do. We can't, like, go and arrest people who are, like, I don't know. It's just...
I mean, I guess people reach out so we don't have them on the show. Like, I'm reading through these Vosh things, and they seem like... this has all been addressed from what I've seen. People can make mistakes, and obviously there are mistakes that are worse than others. But these ones seem like they've been addressed, and people change.
Yeah, I mean, if you make a mistake and you address it and you try to do better, I think that should be celebrated. You don't have to choose to accept their apology. But I mean, yeah. I want to be in an environment where we encourage people to do better and not just like push them away, and burn bridges. I think that's preferable. But having said that, though, I'm not familiar with like what people are mad about. I don't know. But what I do know is that Goose Juice $5. Thank you so much, Goose Juice. Wants me to give the best ooh-woo. All right, you ready? Ooh-woo. That was bad, but I'm gonna try it again. Ooh-woo.
I have no idea what that is, but okay. I'm pretty sure I know what it is.
This one is for David? No, it's for you.
It is for me. T-Types, the super chat. I was going to give this to David, but he left. Oh! Thank you, T-Types. Appreciate it.
Hey, guess what? That's it.
Is it?
That's all, folks. Well,
wow.
Yeah. We're about to hit, boom, just did 4 hours.
Nice.
So it's a very short stream for us, folks.
Folks, thank you so much for tuning in. Patreon.com/MattBinder if you want to subscribe to my stuff. Also, YouTube.com/MattBinder if you want to subscribe to my stuff. I turned the memberships on. And if you're not a subscriber, twitch.tv/MattBinder. Drop your your free Twitch Prime subscription that you get with their Amazon Prime subscription. If you'd like to do that as well. I will be here early next week for a stream, and then I will be gone for a few days into the following week, but then I'll be back here on Leftist Mafia the week after next. So Mike, enjoy. I enjoyed talking with you today, and I will see you in 2 Thursdays from now.
All right, well, you have fun, and take care.